Hello? Hello? Is my mic working? We're here. Ooh. For episode 1, wow. So, I guess for everyone in here, hi. If you don't have the D&D role already, you have to join the Discord, get the D&D role. It's different from the Neoni role. Okay? I've probably said that 50 times this week. So make sure you grab that. I put a new channel for D&D streams only, and there's also a channel there for D&D discussions, just in case you guys want to discuss things during the campaign that you don't want to get lost in chat, things like that, or whatever you want. I'm also going to be pasting, and I probably should have done that earlier. Probably do that right now, actually. The intro to the campaign, just so you guys aren't completely lost. So I'll actually do that right. I'll actually do it after the session. I don't want to touch anything because, like I told my players, everything is a very fine line. I feel like if I exit out of one tab, everything fucking blows up. So we're working a very fine line here. I had to make 3 tabs open, had to open that, open all that. But yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I'm sure it's gonna be fine. But we're gonna be starting. I was gonna say at 12:15. It's already 12:15. We're gonna be starting now. So, like I said, I won't be reading chat. There will be a break halfway through, around 2, where I'll be checking in on things, see if anything was broken. But I have my cellular phone next to me. So if anything doesn't work, text me, Snapchat me, and I can fix it really fast. But for a preface, the campaign is not super 100% serious. Okay, it's not like. But I know I'm gonna send you your message after. You'll get one, I'm sure. But everyone say happy birthday to Chloe, please. But like I was saying, the campaign is not extremely serious. There's gonna be a lot of jokes and stuff, so if you don't like that kind, it's fine. It's okay. But yeah, like I said, for anyone in chat that just comes in and starts just being extremely weird, just time them out. But if it's over the line weird, just ban them. I don't care. They could be a viewer from before or anything. If they're just weird as hell, just fucking ban them. But if it's just weird ones where's the Smurf? Where's the blue guy on screen? Just time them out. Just don't even deal with it. Just time them out and just put exclamation mark DNDR. That's it. That's all you have to do. And then they'll either understand or not. And if they come back and they do it again, just ban them. Who cares? I don't care. But all right, I guess we'll get started. I'll go check in with my players and we'll start the Ember Fall Festival. Ooh. Oh wait, before I do that, you guys aren't allowed to laugh at my art, but here's my art, and this is how the campaign's gonna work. Okay. You guys aren't allowed to laugh at it. Oh, and I need to bring up the dice rolls again. Hold on. There you go. Okay. Don't laugh at my art. I drew it myself. Okay. Do not laugh at it. Do not laugh at it. I worked hard on it. Don't laugh. You guys can laugh once. Okay, you guys get one laugh. That's it. That's it. One laugh. That's it. After that, no more. Shut the fuck. Okay, we're starting.
Missed and then just fell.
And I'm back. Are we ready to die?
Hi,
No.
yeah,
Oh, wow.
let's go.
We're ready to go.
Okay, so let me get my notes out. Don't worry, it's still gonna be as scuffed as usual. So we're still here on the trip, but let me go get the music ready that I completely made myself and composed myself. I definitely did not borrow this off of YouTube.
Of
This
course.
is all
we
original
do.
composition, and for legal reasons, this
Oh,
is a joke.
wow. Oh, wow. I believe it. Wow.
Okay, so
He's
starting
multi-talented.
off, uh, Emberfall Festival, Odette, as your cart kind of comes to a very abrupt stop, and it either kind of jolts you out of your daydream or from just being asleep. Uh, it stops as you hear a voice, recognizable voice, as you travel this whole way. I think the music is way too damn loud. Uh, as the cart stops, you hear a voice say, Nulo, this is okay here. Uh, maybe just a little bit more forward. And as you look over, you see the very big crown of this hooded Yanti, full snake-like body with all these baubles and trinkets hanging off of her ears, and more clinks of glasses and more kind of potions clinking together as the cart stops, as she starts to pull her bag up into this very luxurious looking cart, as she kind of pulls a kind of veil over her mouth and starts to unpack various decks of cards, laying them out across the table. She starts shuffling them, and she looks at me and says, um, oh, you're awake. That's perfect. Well, we're here. Um, no, you don't have to pay me. Just, if you meet anyone, just send them over. We're doing readings today for tips, but they're supposed to be free, so if you come across anyone who needs she kind of pokes her head out the curtain of the cart, a fair reading, just lets me know. And she starts just shuffling the cards around, and with just passive perception, because I'm not gonna make you first roll the campaign yet. You see the cards that she's kind of shuffling around as she's looking at them. Probably about 90% of the deck is the same card. And on the card, you see a bag of gold, someone holding it on their back, and it's an extremely big bag of gold and just leaving a trail behind them. And then you see a few cards that have like sprouting or like blooming flowers on them, but they all seem generally good as she's kind of shuffling them around and putting them in. And then you see as she starts shuffling them, and you take a look outside the cart yourself, and you are here at the Emmerfall Festival. And just as you're looking out, you just see the first glimpses of people kind of walking through this walkway. It's fairly packed, but you got here at the festival. You see it's a little bit more early in the time. The festival, it seems it hasn't started just yet. It seems people are kind of gathering around and looking at the very early birds of the festival. You see kids kind of running through the pathway, and the general kind of color scheme of this place, from the very tall buildings and people running across, you see a lot of oranges and yellows, and you see a lot of small kind of painted on kind of like wings on a lot of the buildings just to resemble the Ember Wing and the Emberfall Festival. A lot of phoenix kind of colors. You see kids running around with kites that have small paper mache phoenixes flying through the air. A lot of different races here. You see walking around, you even see Leonins. You see, especially, there's a lot of humans and elves, gnomes, dwarves. You pretty much get the entire race here in Koroks, kind of the melting pot of Korolos. But as she's setting up, Odette, would you like to explain what your character looks like as you're getting prepared to leave this cart that brought you here?
Yeah, sure. Odette is a half elf woman, about 5'7" in height. She's slim, slender, pale skin, blonde hair that she always has styled kind of in this swooping uh, manner over her shoulder. She's got green eyes, always has her makeup and jewelry on point. She believes looking good is very important. So, with that, she's wearing a sort of red outfit with lots of necklaces and jewelry and a big black fur sort of scarf thing around her shoulders, like sort of shawl. Okay. And
All
she's
right.
gonna get up and sort of stretch a bit. Oh, darling, I guarantee if I meet anyone, I'll send them straight your way.
Perfect. Also, on your way out, make sure to say bye to Nulo. He's missed you since last time.
Oh, and I've missed him. Where could I find him?
Oh, he's probably at the front of the cart still. I gave him a treat before we got here. He's getting hungry, which he always is, but as you and I both
Hmm,
know, he's not the smartest.
no. But you know what? He doesn't need to be smart to be so charming.
And
All
we
right,
just need him
well.
strong to carry the cart. Don't tell him that,
Exactly.
though.
If men have their use, they have their use.
That's
All
right.
right. Bye, darling. Oh, do you need anything else before I...
Uh, I don't think so. I think it's time to open up, and then I think I'll be fine. Just after the festival's done, if you need to get anywhere else, I'll see what's next on my agenda, and then
You're
we'll
a gem.
go from there.
An absolute gem, I swear. All right, I'm going to go find Nulo and say goodbye. Make that money.
Oh, I will, and most people at this festival will, if you know what I mean. As she's looking at
And
all the cards that have the money signs on them in gold.
I'm gonna wink at her, give a little wave, and then go and say goodbye to my other friend from the journey.
As you open up the back of the cart opens up, and the drapes that hang down. As you open the door up, you almost like hit a gnome who's already kind of like sitting there waiting for the cart to open. And you see he has like a family of like three other gnomes who are much smaller than him, but the tallest one, which you can assume is the father, sitting there with glasses kind of half broken, hanging on his face. It's about 3'5", so very small. But as you open the door, you hear a, "Oh, um, is Madam Nixie open? I've been waiting for this reading for a while, and I knew that she would be here at the festival, so."
Yes, she's just getting set up. You are in for a treat, my friend.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you. And
Of
you see as like
course.
one of the smaller kids wearing like looks like a very orange dress, very ragtag. Looks like she cleaned it probably 15 times for the festival, but not that fancy. Looks at you. She has a small paper mache hat on that has like a streamer coming off of it. Looks at you and says, "Wow, is that a real princess?" And she gives
Yes,
like a small curtsy.
thank you for recognizing. I kind of give her like a very slight curtsy back. You have a very good eye, my dear. You're going to grow up to be one of the wisest, smartest, most beautiful gnomes around.
My father says I'm just gonna be an artificer, but uh,
Well, artifices require quite a lot of intelligence.
thank you. And she
Of
kind of just
course.
steps back behind the father is not that much taller than her. But
I'll go around to the front of the cart, feeling very smug that I got called a princess. Like, okay, yes.
uh, heading around the front of the cart, you see a minotaur sitting down, just flat on his butt, eating a piece of jerky. And you see him kind of scratch his head a little bit, look down at the jerky, eat it, look up, probably consume and swallow that piece probably faster than he even bit it, and then reach down and almost bite his own finger. And then he's kind of sniffing his finger as you walk around the cart, and you know that as Nulo, kind of just sitting there.
Nulo.
You see him kind of
How's your
like look left
jerky?
and right. Oh, oh, it's hairier than I expected. Um,
Oh,
but it's good. Surprisingly, usually it's a lot
oh.
tougher than this.
Oh,
You see him, he
whoever
goes
made it
back to just sniffing his hand.
must have been quite the chef. Well, I'm
Yeah.
going away on my journey, but I do wish you the best of luck in your travels, and I'm sure we'll meet again.
Oh, all right. If you find any good food, I wouldn't mind you dropping some over here. Just
Hmm.
I'll be here. Not allowed to leave yet.
Hmm. If I find something delicious, I'll bring it right to you.
Thank you. Just goes back to eating his jerky.
I'm gonna hum and happily start on my way.
Right. As you make your way into this crowd, there are a lot of like kind of like looks towards you, but not in any sort of like mean or harsh way. Just kind of looking at a new face, kind of leaving the cart and heading into the majority of people. Um, you see that there's a lot of commotion going on walking into this pathway, going straight forward. You are in the kind of market section where you see a lot of different carts set up. You see a big fountain kind of in the middle of town with water kind of sprouting out. The fountain is a very like ivory looking fountain with very outstretched wings of a phoenix facing straight up with water coming out of the phoenix's mouth and like wings kind of pouring straight down. You see kids kind of like reaching in and flicking silver in or copper in and then reaching and pulling it back out to flip it in again. Uh, you see people kind of just sitting at the edge of the fountain, kind of having like either like literature or books in their hand. And you see almost posted up on every single corner of like a market or stand, you see these guards wearing these very regal looking uniforms. It looks like they're probably polished up for the festival, but on top of their helmets, you see kind of these two feathers outstretching kind of left and right, almost making like either horns or weird kind of orange to red plumes on each side of the feathers with spears kind of just stuck in the ground. Half of them are kind of falling asleep. The other ones are kind of still keeping watch of the crowd. And as you are walking through, you kind of hear behind you just like fast kind of patter of horse feet, which is stranger to know in this town that looking around, there's not horses walking around. They usually just put at the stable at the front. But as you turn around and see the horse approaching, you see someone kind of just right in the back, and guards kind of start to look over and slowly start to approach. The person riding the horse recognizes you a little bit. You've never had a conversation with this person before, but in a previous town, you've met this person. Uh, looks like a heavy crossbow strung across the back, kind of low down hat that almost covers one eye with a feather sticking out of it. Green poncho around one shoulder and going down one arm. Uh, and they immediately go over to kind of like this bounty board or this kind of listing board and get off their horse. That which two guards are saying they approach, start speaking to him. But this is they probably rode their horse past you and probably ended up about I would say about like 40 to 50 feet in front of you now where that bounty board is next to that fountain. What is up to you? What would you like to do?
Hmm. I'm trying to see if I can remember who this is. Um, okay, I think I'm going to watch them and try and see if I can move to a place where I might be able to hear them while seeming very, not arousing any attention.
Sure. So for your first roll of the campaign, go ahead and roll a stealth check first, and then a
Okay.
perception check, then to hear in onto the conversation.
Stealth check. Oh, okay, yes!
Hey.
And then a perception check.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Fuck yeah.
Oh.
Wow.
All
Just
right,
a
well,
great
campaign's
rolls for
over.
the
Good
start of the
rolls.
campaign.
So yeah, the big bad evil person is. But um, all right, so yeah, you move through the crowd, uh, and a lot of people like you're kind of just shimmying past people. There's a lot of people passing in and out. So the person who kind of stepped off their horse and they're on the side of it, the opposite side of where you are kind of traveling to listen in, doesn't really give much attention, especially since talking to the guards and kind of looking over or past the guards at the board behind them that they're kind of covering. You would recognize this person with your perception. This is a person that when that event happened, they looked at that same kind of bounty board at the other town and kind of wrote off with the
Mm.
paper they wrote in their hand. Uh, Listening with your 20 perception at level 1, uh, you hear the guard speaking to this uh, character. You're not sure who they are. You never spoke to them, but you hear the first guard say, "Look, it's a festival. We're here to celebrate. Let's just not do this today." And the character then answers back saying, "Look, this is Captain Gorget's orders. You wouldn't want him traveling to this festival, right? If I find him, though, I'll give you the common courtesy that I'll take him out of town first and then collect my bounty. How's that sound?" And the two guards kind of look towards each other, look back at the person, and then kind of just shuffle back and lets the person look at the board. And the person kind of reaches into a back pocket, pulls out a bolt, sticks it into the bounty board, and or grabs a scroll, sticks the bolt through the scroll into the bounty board, looks at it as he backs up, makes sure it's lined up, and then gets back on his horse and then starts scanning the crowd. And with your 19 stealth, still doesn't notice you are looking,
Oh,
what
good.
kind of scans the crowd, and then turns it back around and starts riding the horse back the way uh, they came from. And the guards kind of whispering to each other, still with your 20 perception, you hear him saying, they just never stop working, do they? And then the other guard says, "Well, if it's Gorgut's orders, then what can we really do? I mean, we wouldn't want something just falling out of the sky here at the festival, would we?" And then that's the end of that conversation. But as you
Mm.
are kind of hiding out, kind of in this one area, you do notice it seems like people in white robes starting to make a kind of, oh, like, here it comes again. This is when Zedric says a word, and it sounded better when I wrote it down on paper,
Hee hee
but
hee.
it sounds
Hmm.
worse when I say it. An arousal in the crowd. You see these people in robes
Yes.
making arousal through
Yes.
the crowd as people are kind of making way for them. It's three of them, um, and they stop at certain people, and they kind of look at them and then hand them a. It looks like a what nowadays would be like a business card, but just like a looks like a playing card, and hands it to certain people, and they kind of reach out, and then you see him kind of move the card away from certain people and reach it over to other people reaching for it, and then they
Hmm.
keep walking, and it's three of them with their hands kind of folded into each other, but three of them just with these kind of white hoods and kind of gold sigils on the side. uh,
Ooh.
just from your background in history, you know that these white robes and sigils are people from the study, the
Oh.
library you've heard from before, but it seems like they've arrived at the festival and are kind of just making their way through the crowd towards a looks like a destination, but kind of stopping midway to certain people. But that's what you see. They're about 50 feet as the horse travels past them, and that's what kind of caught your eye. As the horse went past them, you see
Mm.
these three people kind of approaching the same direction, making this way down this normal walkway or this main walkway.
Okay. The bounty hunter, I'm presuming, a guy who stuck his crossbow bolt into the billboard, did he pin anything to the board that I could see? Or was he just like,
Um,
I'm a
yeah, he
badass?
yeah, he pinned it. From your distance right now, you'd probably have to get just a little bit closer to see what's written on it, but there's definitely writing on it. Um,
Okay.
but yeah, it's definitely stuck up,
I
and the
will,
guards are kind of looking at it too, but they kind of read over it and then kind of just went back to watching the crowd.
I am gonna walk over and look at it
Yeah.
and just pretend like I'm just looking at all the things that are here.
As you walk in the door, there's like a scroll that says like "Lost Dog." There's one that says "Please visit my stand here" and gives directions to where to find it. There's like kids drawings at the bottom. Uh, but it seems like no one really clears out this bounty board. It seems like people just layer more stuff on top of it. There's things from like past events and things that are still hung up. But on the one that the bolt is stuck to, it reads it just in big letters at the top, Gorgut's orders, looking for, and then you see two names written underneath them. And
Hmm.
or I just ruined the entire campaign. Let me get the names again.
Are
Or
they
I
the
start
ones you sent
spouting
me?
out loud.
Just curious.
They are.
Okay, I have them.
Okay. You see those names, and underneath it, it's signed a name. Do you read, or can you read, Elvish?
Yes.
Okay, so let me get his actual name then. God, there's elves in this campaign. Let's see. So his name is. It just has a kind of hyphen and then Estel. It just says report to Estel in Elvish at the bottom.
Estel?
Estel, yeah. It's
Estel.
Estel.
Okay. All right. Hmm. Okay. I'm not gonna interact with it any further. I'm just gonna be like, wow, I'm just looking at this board. So crazy. And then I'm gonna turn and head back into where the main crowd is. I am curious about the members from the study, but I'm also would like to keep a healthy distance for now.
Okay. So yes, as you're
So,
walking back in the main crowd, you do see them approaching. Um, they're about 20 feet from you now, just walking. They're walking with a purpose, but still kind of passing out these cards as they approach. You like to either try to hide away or just kind of stand by.
mm, um, I would like to kind of move away from them if there's another street or if there's a shop or cart setup that I can go and kind of turn to as to not get
Yeah.
the people's attention on me.
Yeah, there is a lot of like carts and things set up. They are still like on the main road, but if you'd like to travel farther away out of the main road, because if you go to a carter set, they probably will still kind of rush past you.
Okay.
But if you'd like to go
Cool.
farther, you could.
Yeah, I'll go further.
Okay, so yeah, you can walk further towards the fountain area where it kind of widens out. So as you walk down there, uh, and start making your way towards the fountain, we will. So I can give you a break. Move on to the next people. So let's see who I have next.
Good accent,
Oh,
by the way. I approve. Good.
Oh, do you?
It's good. I liked it.
Thank
10 out of 10. Now keep it up for the
so
rest of the campaign.
you. Okay.
for the duo people, Sonny and Scourge, as the
Oh.
festival has started, the two of you have arrived. Uh, First thing you start to notice just right off the bat when you guys are kind of approaching the festival and kind of in the area of the main kind of affair, because the town itself, and I probably should have started with this, is of Ambrosa, very large town, but the festival only happens in kind of a certain area of the town. The Ember Fall Festival kind of happens in like this kind of walkway, and then there is the Ember Isle, which is just off the island of Koroks that you guys are on, or the place of Koroks that you guys are on. And there's like a ferry that just travels back and forth. And you can just hear it ringing constantly. Someone's sitting there just taxiing people back and forth from Ambrosa to the Ember Isle, where the speeches will be had. The kind of main events happen, but this merchant stall and fountain are still in Ambrosa. But as you guys approach, kind of festival area. First person you meet is it looks like a halfling kind of passing out posters or like scrolls with writing on it to everyone he kind of meets. And you see a lot of people are just kind of ignoring the halfling. He's standing up on a box just to be eye level with most people. But you can kind of hear as you're approaching. Here you go. Get your information sheet, please. Oh, you've been here before? That's fine. I just have to hand these out so I can go home. You don't want one still? That's fine. You over there, you want one? There you go. And as especially Scourge, your head sticks above the crowd of most of this crowd, kind of makes eye contact with you and kind of has the scrolled up. Oh, you, wow. We don't get a lot of these around here. Here you go.
I'm sorry.
Information sheet.
I'll take your information.
Oh, um, you see him kind
Are
of like shuffle back into like a smaller kind of stature. Yeah,
are
it
you
should,
afraid?
uh, sh- usually, when I stand on this box, I'm taller than most people, but, I didn't mean anything by the comment. It's just, I live here in Ambrose, and we don't get a lot of, people of your height. Sorry.
Listen, I'm not going to hurt you.
That's good. Thank you.
I'll give a
Uh,
thumbs up and I'll take the information.
you see him as you take the information. He looks over at you, Sonny, who's I'm assuming you guys are both still traveling through the festival together. Would you like one too, or s- you can share
Yeah,
one?
yeah, I'd love one. Thank you.
There you go. He hands it to you, and then right when you guys kind of break eye contact or kind of start walking past him, you see him hop off his box and pick it up and start kind of like shuffling off into another section of the crowd and kind of like setting it back up somewhere else. But as you guys are making your way through the crowd, so you still kind of get as like dwarves and gnomes and people kind of just walking through, uh, kind of just looking up at Scourge and even at you, Sonny. People kind of just giving glances and kind of you hear like short whispers as they walk by. But a lot of people are just it doesn't seem like very malicious or harsh kind of sounding. It seems like more people are just more either amazed or shocked that maybe they've never seen uh, kind of like half orcs or people that tall kind of walk by them. But you even see people kind of like covering their like children's mouths as they're trying to like or as they're like wowing or just kind of like just open mouth kind of looking over there kind of just holding their hands and walking by. But a lot of different reactions you guys are getting from the crowd as you guys walk through. But
Is
uh
is the guide written in common?
it is looking at it, it says there's like different times written on it. It says guest speakers will be at around this time. Please make your way towards Ember Isle. There'll be a ferry. Ferry is free for today. Uh, Drinks should be free for today, and the meal should be free for the day. Just in these kind of market aisle, it says please experience all the different tastes and drinks from all over the world. And then there's some notable carts. It seems like a lot of people wanted to fight for these spots for notable carts, but there's an Eichenwald kind of brewery cart. There is a Get Your Future Told by Madame Nixie, the best kind of fortune teller in Krolos. And there's other carts as in like visit the study and stop by if you want to catch up on your readings. And there's also a blacksmith kind of set up near the fountain area. And looking at it, there's kind of like directions slowly kind of written next to each of these carts. But Uh, yeah, the main thing you see are the lords' names, where it says guest speakers for today's festival. There is Ashara Silverwing. There is General Vol. There is also Brenda Brightrock. And then underneath it, it looks like before. It almost looks like in different font, almost, or in a different kind of writing style, is Miles Audimus. But looking at other kind of papers, they're all written and the same. So it looks like it was put there before it was magically kind of duplicated or made. But Miles Autumn is written kind of crooked, smaller font, written pretty fast underneath it. But that's what you see on the scroll that you're holding. But
So we're kind of in the middle of it all.
yeah, so you guys are approaching from kind of a left wing of the fountain area. You're not in the market kind of stall yet. You're kind of approaching from the left side towards this big fountain with the phoenix kind of shooting water out of its mouth and everything. And as you guys approach, you see someone kind of laying down or sitting down, kind of getting up and kind of brushing themselves off like dirt. It looks like they fell, and a very angry uh dwarf kind of following him out or like just chasing him out, covered in like soot and like markings all over their face. But just kind of walking out, and you can assume that the guy just kind of got pushed out of the way of the kind of blacksmith area while you approach. But as you two are approaching, you hear this very fanfare kind of horn start to play, and this very regal voice kind of sitting kind of on the edge of the cart, holding onto the side of it as it's traveling through this cart. And up to you if you ever seen a cart like this before, fully kind of metal, has like scrap kind of like drilled into the sides almost of each of the windows. Uh, the horses on front are actually not real animal horses, which is very confusing for a little bit. But you see they have like kind of two hooves that dig into the ground, and then gears on the side, or big kind of sprocket gears that kind of roll over and click every so often. It's very loud. And the back ends of the cart, you see this kind of huge like plumes of black smoke coming out. She's holding on to the side, and you see this brown hair figure with like a white top and kind of a corset on the outside, leaning on the outside of the cart, wearing a kind of a top hat look with goggles on top of the top hat, as she's hanging on the outside of the cart. And she says, move along, please, away from the front of the cart. We're late. We're just trying to set up. Thank you. No, you don't get any privileges from being this early. And you kind of see people kind of looking over. And as it travels through on the cart, as people are kind of moving out of the way of it, not to get ran over by this thing, you see a big symbol on the side of it. Huge symbol that kind of lays, and it kind of flaps on the side. It's not connected at the bottom, kind of on the metal, each kind of groove into the ground as it just rattling. A very big heart symbol with it looks like a key can fit into it, as she's traveling along, hanging on the side, and she's just scanning the crowd. And you see like a kid kind of running by and falls in front of the cart for a second, and the cart kind of like roars to a stop. She looks down at like this small kind of human child, and she says, where is this person's parents? Can we please have any order at the festival? Any order. And two humans kind of run by and pick up the child. The cart starts moving again, and as she's just scanning around, she does make eye contact with Scourge and Sonny just as she's passing by. Kind of just looks at the other two, just keeps looking forward, and just traveling towards the merchant aisle.
Sani, I don't know about you, but I need to talk to her.
Oh, all right. Sure. Oh my goodness, there's so much to do and look at. Oh my goodness. Have you ever been to a city this large before?
Mm, uh, yeah, I have. Um, also, uh, do you think people do you think people are afraid of me?
Oh, well, I just don't think people know what to expect, but I don't think you're
Because
scary.
yeah, I don't know if I can be any more direct.
I, I mean, you were very nice to that halfling man.
I thought I was too. W- Well, thank you,
He
Sonny.
did us a real
um,
service giving us these scrolls.
hmm what are you looking for here?
Oh, just information if, anybody from the swamp has come through here and, heard anything about things being traded from there. Yeah. Just, picking up information. Did you see that big machine thing? How do
Yeah.
you think that thing works?
Well, I might find out. Um, and she'll fish out her necklace, and it's like an old, battered stopwatch-looking object, and she turns it around, and you see a heart with a lock on it, very much like that card.
Mm.
I think now I'm not a wizard, but I think this might be connected.
Mm. Ah, see, this is why you're the brains of everything. We are so lucky. I am so lucky to have you here, Scourge. Ah,
Uh, You're really giving me a lot of credit for matching two images. Um, but uh, I, on my top of my list, is talking to her, so I'll wait for her to get set up. But we should keep an eye on her.
is that child still like in the way?
You see the human family kind of pick them up and scoot him over, but they're like in the process of brushing him off, and he's like crying, sitting there. You see him. He has like a he has like a looks like some food splattered on his shirt. Would probably splatter when he fell on it. Looks like some sort of like funnel cake or some dessert.
Oh.
And he's kind of like crying. The parents are kind of like wiping him off. But they're about 15 feet to the right of both of you because the cart kind of traveled in that direction past the fountain on the opposite side of you, and you can still hear it kind of still just like chugging down this merchant cart or this merchant kind of lane, and you still hear the voice just telling people to kind of just clear the way for the cart. Even the guards are starting to help kind of just clear the way for the cart as she's still hanging off the side of it. And even just looking that way, you do see like kind of like a big looks like a some sort of rifle just on the back of this person. She's not wielding it, but it's just on a sash just on the back, hanging as you're just looking by because the cart is very, very large compared to everything else that's in the city. It's very tall.
While we're waiting for the cart to set up, I might go over to the family and approach them. Uh, hi there. I saw that you tripped and fell just there. I I happen to be trained a little bit in the healing. You hurt at all?
You see the kid turn around. Uh, no, I think I'm all right. It's just, I mean, I guess it's more my fault. I didn't see the Lockhart cart approach, and I don't know, I was just so excited to meet her, but
Oh
it's
yes,
fine.
there's so many exciting things around here.
But
Do you live here or do you visit in as well?
we're just visiting. We actually come from Audimus. We heard that Lockhart is kind of having meetings today at the festival, so we decided to have our chance to meet her. But and kind of looking over there, you see there's already a line kind of setting up at this empty spot where the cart you can assume is traveling. You see like a lot of people kind of approaching and kind of forming this line as the cart is like finally halts to a stop, and just from the distance as she hops down from the cart, you kind of lose her in the crowd, but the cart just sits there, uh, smoke kind of filling the air, like this like kind of steamy kind of smoke vapor filling the air as the back of the cart stops, and all this like kind of soot and things just shoot up into the air and slowly fall back down. But the kid or the kid's parents kind of push him and says, well, we thank you for the hospitality. We really do. Um, but I think he's fine. He's just a little bit shaken up. We're just gonna get in line to meet Lockhart. Uh, Thanks again. We appreciate it.
Oh, no worries at all. You have a nice rest of your festival.
Mm.
You as well. Stay safe. Uh, and they kind of like the mother who's kind of leaned down one knee, still kind of wiping the kid's face. He's still semi crying. I like to call it semi crying. And kind of Kleenexing his face. But yeah, looking over, the cart seems to have stopped. You don't hear the gears anymore crunching along the path. And you do see a lot of people. It was an open walkway now behind the cart, now starting to fill back up with people. And you're kind of disgruntled kind of whispers walking through as people are passing by. And there's just a bunch of different noises down this alleyway of merchants, kind of people screaming to kind of try their ale or try their food or to try other things just in general, and a lot of people kind of spreading out general news and people having fun drinking and eating. But it's up to you. What would you guys like to do?
I honestly might get in line.
All right. uh yeah, walking down there's a line of probably about already like 25 people. The cart hasn't opened yet, but looking at this line, bunch of different backgrounds, bunch of different races, you see the general thing that people have in this line. It seems like people have like flintlocks on their left side, or like kind of different kind of contraptions just lined up. Some people have things in their hand, but they all seem like they're kind of holding them in a way like they're trying to present them to Lockhart. This cart that's kind of sitting
Wow.
sideways on the road now, you hear two kind of sprockets start to like click uh, every so often, and the front of the car kind of just opens up, like the side of it just opens up, and it makes this like shelf kind of just protrude out as you start to set up. And out of the cart you see like a small kobold walk out of the front of the cart and pick up something, and like a foldable kind of like weird kind of scrap metal looking table, and sets it out, reaches in his pocket, puts it like a flintlock laying there on the side, and puts another one laying on the side, like on display. Starts setting up again, and then Lockhart, who steps out of the cart wearing, it looks like a small kind of like veil to cover her mouth, or like a kind of like a sash that goes over her front that she wasn't wearing before. Look at her and says, "Oh no, don't put that there. Put that here. Children can grab that and hurt themselves. Thank you." And then kind of scuttles the couple. It's fine here, and she just hands him like it sounds on like, it looks like a sack of like either some sort of coins, you're not sure. Hands it. Look, you're fine. Enjoy the festival. Have fun. I've got it. Please. I wasn't the one who hired you anyway. I don't need help. Thank you. I've got it from here. And then you hear the kobold kind of look up, look at the gold, and then kind of just scuttle away into the crowd. And then she kind of brushes herself off and starts to set up still. And the person on the front of the line is kind of just sitting there about like 10 feet back from the cart still as she's setting up, but she's just setting up different kind of like weaponry, different lockets, different like trinkets, but she just has like this huge checklist she's going through and just setting each one of them up slowly as she's going through. And then she's here just whispering to herself or just talking out loud to herself. But yeah, as you get in the back of the line, seems like a lot of people are ready to meet her. A lot of people have to break the line up as people are passing through, and it's like a very haphazardly made line of people who just want to meet her. But that will shift focus. The camera, the third person camera will fly up and then go to the next person at the Emberfall Festival, unless you guys have anything to do right at the very end. I don't want to like cut off, but
I'm good.
okay. So as the camera shifts, and I'm gonna get this name right. Elafir, right? That's right.
Yep, that's
I
right.
got it right. Okay, good, good. I've been practicing these in the mirror. Elafir,
It's
you actually
whatever.
wake.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, you actually wake up from the noise of the cart that's traveling down this alley. Big sprockets clicking. A lot of people kind of rushing out of the way. Huge kind of steam noise spurting out from the back of this cart as it stops, and that's the thing that kind of wakes you up. And yeah, you know that today is the day of the festival. People are kind of setting up. You're kind of watching the events take place, but now you are awake, ready to go. What would you like to do? You just woke up from your bed.
Elafir probably spends about 20 minutes actually trying to wake up. Kind of just lies there, sort of in that half asleep state before just getting off, rubbing his head, drank a little bit too much the night before. He tries to clear his head and just get his gear on, head outside, probably go downstairs first, find this tavern, keep, and maybe get a pint before he heads out for the day. And
Right,
try and find this person that he thinks he's supposed to find.
right. As you head down, the tavern keeper is kind of upset that he's handing out drinks for free, but every drink is quote unquote free at the festival. So he hands you your free pint as you enjoy it and walk out of this inn. You are at one of the corners of the fountain. So you do see like the blacksmith to your right. You see where the cart was heading towards your left side down that merchant aisle. And you see just a lot of new faces just approaching from all different directions, kind of walking through, looking at different carts, looking at all the streamers set up. You see that as the person's traveling, or as the cart has officially stopped and the soot has kind of landed on some poor people who are like probably eating funnel cakes and whatever desserts or food they're having at the festival. You do see like two people. One looks like a goblin and one looks like a very smaller framed kind of gnome or halfling, kind of messing with something kind of like next to the tavern alleyway. And you see the gnome kind of reach back and like playfully punch the goblin as the goblin knocks over the box that they're next to. And you see like a small spark happen here, a big kind of into the crowd is of like this small firework that slightly took off the ground and kind of blew up into like this orange kind of glitter. But as it blew up, you kind of noticed that probably would have seriously hurt someone if that. It's not like the fireworks nowadays. That probably would have injured someone if that went off next to them, which I guess is like fireworks nowadays. I'm not sure. I'm not a fireworks injury expert. But uh, as you are standing there, uh, you see like the cart stop as it's traveling through. Uh, you do see kind of like the symbol, the same symbol that I said before, the kind of this heart shaped kind of locket, and sitting there, you do see a lot of the same kind of people that you've met before who kind of just traveling through back and forth through the kind of inn that you stay at. But as you're standing there, you do see a lot of people start to hushing, like the crowd start to hush as the even the gnome that was or the gnome slash halfling, you can't really tell from this distance, starts to look over from the side not where the market stalls are. You see like this very bright light approaching. It almost looks like a it almost looks like it's like a flare or some sort of very bright, very luminescent light. And people start to whisper, and like the whispering starts to die off as you see this very, very hard to miss, especially even at this height of like just 4 foot probably, dwarf walking through. Uh, the hair of the dwarf, it's very, very kept up well, but you see that she's kind of rushing through, kind of like this red-headed hair with it's in 2 curls, almost like the Princess Leia look, I guess, and
Nice. I get it.
kind of has like a crown on the top. And you see her, she has a shield on her back, but she's dressed in like very big furs, which is odd because it is a little bit warmer here, but she's in big furs, and the back of her fur kind of coat is just dragging across the ground. And you see the 2 other dwarves kind of following her in, and you see she's walking by, and people are kind of cheering for her, and you see every single kind of dwarven figure start to go down on one knee as she's approaching. And you see her kind of walking through, and she's speaking, and her voice as she speaks is almost like the only voice you can hear in the entire crowd. It carries very far, and you hear it kind of like resonating in your ears as she's speaking. Oh, no, that's okay, dearie, please stand up. uh, I'm late, it's fine, please stand up. It's okay. We're all equals, it's fine. And like you see him like still kind of sitting down. She stops at a cart that's not in the market stall, but it's like near the fountain, and she starts talking there. But very bright light, and people around them are even like you feel a lot of joy coming off of them. And when she gets closer, even you feel like this weird kind of warm sensation filling like the inside of your chest. And even you spot this like crying kid who probably has like dessert on the front of his shirt start to stop crying and kind of look over there, and the whole crowd is kind of stunned by this person walking through, and stops at a cart and just starts talking to 2 people at this setup cart at the edge of the fountain. But what would you like to do? Would you like to make your way towards the market stall, or where would you like to go to you?
I think Aleph is just gonna stand outside of the entrance for a little bit, kind of surveying it a bit more. He's kind of like nosily looking at what the blacksmiths are doing over there, and like judging them a little bit, just to see if they know what they're doing. But yeah, after doing that for a little bit, he's gonna try and avoid those kids because the firework that got set off kind of scared the shit out of him, and he kind of crouched and just didn't understand what was going on. Doesn't want to get blown up by a firework. It's not a very nice thing to experience. But after that, we'll mosey on over to the woman is standing by the cart with the heart with the keyhole in it, right?
That cart went towards the left area, and then this cart where that woman is standing over now is still at the fountain. So the cart that you can see at the fountain is probably just about 15 feet away from you, but the cart that traveled past that down that kind of market stall area is probably a good 40, 50 feet now down past that metal cart that you saw. The cart that she's at looks like this ragtag wooden kind of cart that's just set up, and it kind of has like the same kind of open front to it. And she's talking, it looks like the 2 dwarves sitting there who she had to tell to get up and that they're embarrassing her.
He's gonna walk up close to this cart with the dwarves lady, but keep a lookout for that metal cart that will pass and just make sure it's stopped or like it's in view still, or
Yeah.
is it like just going down an alleyway somewhere?
Eventually, as you're making your way, it does stop, and then you see the kind of that same thing that Sonny and Scourge saw, where this person is just setting up things, and you see like a line starting to form in front of that cart. But you see this person kind of just laying out different firearms on different tables and making sure things are correct, just down that way. And then because looking down there, you see the alleyway has completely opened up, but then people slowly start to filter back in after that cart has finally stopped and made its way through, refilling that pathway to not get ran over. But approaching the wooden cart, you see at the top of the cart it reads Daryl and Cheryl's Eichenwald Ale,
Oh,
and you see them kind of brewing these like kegs behind them that are still stuck on the cart, and kind of handing it over to the person at the front. And this person at the front, like I said before, it's hard to get your eyes off of this person because there's like this very bright glow coming off of them, and people kind of your eyes just attract to this person just over and over. And the cart, as it kind of stops, the two dwarves who are making the ale, go ahead and roll a perception check if you'd like to hear what they're saying. They're talking in a whisper, but they're not that quiet.
perception. Okay.
Yeah, perception roll to see if you can hear what they're saying.
It's an 11.
So an 11, yeah, not too quiet. You miss some words in the conversation, but you hear the kind of this female dwarf saying, Daryl, she tries it every single Emberfall. It's gonna taste the same. And then you hear Daryl say, well, it's okay to dream, Cheryl, isn't it? Just please give her the best mug, the one that we made have for her, please. Then you hear her say, the one that you haven't washed for all those years? Yes, that one. The good one. She said it was good last time. And as he's pouring it, kind of turns around, shaking hands, pouring almost half of it out. Miss Bright Rock, here you go. Hope you like it. And puts it down, and uh, she looks at it and says, "Ah, thank you so much, Daryl. I probably shouldn't be drinking, but I'll have just a little bit for you to test it." And she grabs it, looks at it, looks in it, sees that there's probably about 3 sips left by the time it got to her because of how bad he was shaking to hand it to her. And she leans it back and drinks on it. Oh, look at that. It was so good I drank the whole thing. And then puts down the uh, mug and then puts a hand on Daryl's shoulder, and you see her glove glow, and you see Daryl glow a little bit, and all those nerves and shaking go into a very calm demeanor. And she looks at him and says, "It's all right, just as good as it is every year." And he's, "Oh, thank you, Miss Brightrock." And then as she lets go, "I'll see you at the announcements, right?" And she kind of starts walking, and then walking with her on her left or right are huge kind of dwarves in heavy looking armor with like a hammer kind of on the back of each of their backs, and like a lot of runic tattoos on the face and on the exposed arms where the shoulder guards aren't. The runes are still visible.
Are they wearing any like sigils or emblems or something?
They
Like
are
god
on the
stuff or
back of Brenda Brightrock herself, that you saw, Miss Brightrock. Her shield has a huge kind of symbol of Utha on it. Big kind of like, looks like horns facing down. And on her coat itself, you see a lot of different emblems of the same kind of downward facing horn. Looks like a minotaur with downward facing horns. And the two kind of dwarves on the side all have these blue sigils that match these different horns facing down, and then the rest is kind of like almost tribal, kind of spinning down the arms that when looking at them closely you kind of see them fade in and out like a heartbeat glowing.
he's gonna follow them for a little bit.
Okay.
Just wants to see where they're going.
As she starts approaching, making her way opposite of that cart, eventually she's walking in and going towards more of the main city, away from the festival, but up these steps where you see probably like a line of guards all with their regal uniforms and like orange plumes and red plumes kind of make way for her to open up, and for the three, and you see her uh, kind of waving at them and looking at them, kind of telling them to stay at ease and it's okay, but still kind of walking like more kind of prepping her step. I tried really hard not to say that line, but walking with a purpose to up these kind of steps, and then the guards kind of make their way back into the line. But I'm assuming you weren't following too closely for the guards to question why you were following her, but
No, he's going to try and be sneaky as well as he can.
Roll stealth.
Just follow for a little bit. Oh, okay. Hey, not bad.
Okay.
But
13.
as you approach, let me roll my first roll.
Yeah.
Okay. As you approach, one of the guards, who kind of has like a scroll in hand, checking things off, kind of just looks at one of the guards standing there in the line who's reforming that line, and then slowly looks over in your direction, and you hear a voice say, excuse me, did you have business with Miss Bright Rock?
Shite. No, I've got no business with Miss Brightrock. I'm just a bit curious about what you're doing around here.
Oh, it's just she's just getting ready for her speech, but I mean, she's the friendliest of the lords. Don't tell Vol that, but if you'd like to speak with her, she's gonna be at the announcements later, probably in about. He kind of looks up at the sun. Probably in about a good 2 hours. But
2
please enjoy
hours.
yourself at the festival. Don't let me ruin your good time.
All right, well, thank you very much for the information.
All right. Happy Emberfall. He goes back to
May
like just
Uther bless
writing
you.
things.
And then kind of walks
He
off.
looks over and says, "Right." Keeps writing on his scroll.
And Elfie will head back to the stand with the metal woman. That one. Metal cart.
All right, you're gonna start going heading down that way. All right. So making your way down there. As you approach, going past the fountain again, past the now not crying kid who's all cleaned up. See a long line. Are you approaching the woman just at the front, or are you going to go in this kind of line that's forming that keeps having to be broken up and then reforming each time someone travels through the pathway?
He'll wait in line. He's polite-ish.
Okay. You'll go in
He'll just
line,
sit there for a little bit.
and you wait in line. In this line, you see a bunch of people kind of have broken trinkets, broken like flintlocks or weapons, kind of holding them out, kind of talking amongst themselves. You see two half-orc figures sitting in line, and you're just kind of at the back of this line, and even forming this line, there's people even behind you kind of filtering in and kind of making sure they have everything ready, kind of looking at their equipment, checking their bags, getting ready in line. But as you're kind of standing in line, unless you have anything to do at the very end of this, we'll switch to our last player, but not least.
Oh,
All right. So, approaching from a different angle at the festival, you get off the boat, and you see the first thing as people are kind of filtering off this boat, kind of they're fixing their hair, their kind of dresses, their kind of suits and uniforms. You see people kind of like they're like kind of prepping up to kind of leave this boat, and as they're kind of walking down, kind of chin held up high, everything, you see people standing on the side of the boat who have kind of, it looks like almost like entrees or different weird foods that as they're approaching, they just kind of grab off and eat as they're walking off. And then start making their way towards the fountain that you can see at the distance. You're approaching it from a different kind of walkway as everything kind of leads to the center fountain. But as people are kind of filtering off the boat, I'm assuming that you would follow the general kind of crowd and follow them into the festival.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go along with the flow, but when I see the entrees with the weird food, I'm gonna like grab one and try it, and then grab another and try and probably like grab three or four, like just an inappropriate amount of food and keep
Uh,
going.
Once you try, it's very good. A little bit salty, but as you try one, tastes pretty good. You try another one, you see the person holding the entree is like looks like a high elf, maybe half, but as you're grabbing the food and each region one slowly starts kind of moving the plate away, and you hear, um, excuse me, it's supposed to be one per guest, but
Oh, I didn't see a sign.
oh, is this your first festival?
It is.
Oh, well, welcome in, and
Thank you.
try not to.
Are the other rules posted so that I know how to behave, or am I
Uh,
supposed to just know things?
um, well, common knowledge is free, but there it'd be just safer to ask, I guess. Try not to
Okay.
get the filth get to you of the general populace.
What is the filth?
It's just the others, well,
The
dwellers
others.
of this place, not from Ulari of all places. You know what I
Right.
mean.
Of
It is
course.
more of a joke.
The the others that are not of Ulari. Of course, that was a very funny joke.
I
I walk
try.
away.
He
Follow
like
the crowd.
fixes his suit, waits for like as you're walking away, the kind of boat travel starts to take its way, and another boat. So you hear the bell start to approach as another boat starts to. But directly to your right, you see, before you get into the fountain, you see a pathway that is pretty, has a base streamed up. It has a lot of streamers down the pathway. So I guess it is pretty streamed up of streamers. And you see a bunch of orange and reds colors down that pathway, lanterns hanging down, lighting up this pathway. And there's like a kind of a long line of people it seems like they're breaking groups up in like groups of like 10 getting onto this like small boat that's just traveling down. As you're looking down at the boat's traveling back and then loading more people in, and over it, the sign says just the free ferry to Ember Isle. And there's a guy just sitting there, kind of like on a box or like on like some sort of barrel, just sitting there. And whenever he sees the boat he turns around, he rings the bell, and he sits there, and even from his stature from this far away, just long breath in and long breath out, and just sitting there the entire time. But that's what you see to your right. In front of you, as you're approaching this fountain, in the general crowd, the kind of people who are prepping up, walking into this populace, starts to go immediately right to the right side of the fountain. And then they kind of stand there and look around for about, I would say, about 5 seconds until turning back around and then heading towards the ferry. And it's obvious they are not waiting in line. They are just cutting through the crowd, and you hear things saying as, please, out of the way, please. And then you hear like the female person walking with this person saying, it's just people don't understand royalty when they see it. And you see like the kind of crowd kind of looking and like whispering as they walk by, but they're like walking to the front of this ferry line.
Okay. What do they look like?
Uh, both
Aside from
have
just like
full,
rich.
yeah, they both have full black hair. They look very elven nature. Uh, they are fairly tall for elves, and they always walk with their chin almost pointed up to the sun to make themselves look even taller. These are people that were on the boat with you, and these two people were talking about, looks like, business inquiries and things like, we're going to the festival to make sure that our business plans are still in line, that the people who are supposed to be at the festival are there, and they're pretty much there just to get paid kind of mentality. But they're wearing like these very pointed shoulder guards, like this. It looks like silver looking it almost looks like armor, shoulder blades that just point straight out, but walking with silver sigils on them. And you didn't see any weapons on them. And then the female elf, full black hair in a ponytail, with like a silver tiara, kind of walking through, full kind of silver dress that whenever the sun hits it, you always have to look away because it's too like reflective. But as she's walking by, you can't see her feet, and just walking through. That was a weird. I don't know why I just said you can't. It's a dress that goes all the way down, and you can't see her feet. There you
Okay, cool.
go. But
Uh,
as they are walking up to the front of the ferry, you see that there's two people that were like loading onto the ferry, handing their bags to the guy sitting on that barrel, who's like loading them on the side. The female elf puts the hand like a hand up, and then the guy looks over, unloads their bags, and kind of escorts them off, and then they take their spots. And
Huh.
the
Okay.
ferry starts like close, and then he rings the bell, and the two people are sitting there, kind of looking left and right, and then the guy's kind of just putting a hand up to him, and then just hand them back their bags, but they're just holding them, and then sitting there holding their bags, waiting for the next ferry.
Okay. From whatever I overheard of their conversation on the boat and just now, do I get the feeling that their business is legal?
Um, doesn't sound like they'd be talking about it at the festival.
Okay. All right. In that case, I think I'm just kind of a little overwhelmed and starstruck by all of this stuff. And I'm like keeping half an eye and ear out for like names or faces I recognize, but really I'm just kind of wandering around looking for more food and looking at everything.
All right, yeah. So approaching the uh, fountain area, you do see the kind of this cart set up for ale. I would say that you arrived and the boat kind of landed here after that cart stopped over there, and Brendan Brightrock was already kind of traveled through that other area. But you do see a lot of commotion still, of people kind of talking about. You hear whispers of people say, "Did you see Miss Brightrock? Oh, yeah, she was glowing as usually as ever," and people are kind of just still discussing things that were going on. But as you approach the fountain and kind of make your way there, um, you do start to hear kind of like more fanfare and bells going off, and you see kind of out of the like the way you just traveled, another boat approach, but this one not approaching the same direction that yours came from the other one, but kind of landing at that same dock area. Someone kind
Hmm.
of walk off, and at first you see probably 4 to 5 heavily armored guards walk off, and they all are carrying a kind of like, it looks like a great axe in one, like on the back, or kind of like these javelins and spears, armor not matching ones that you've already just seen at Koroks of these plumes, but you see like armor that has kind of this more rugged look. It almost looks like ragtag put together. None of their armor matches each other. And you see someone step off the boat, stand up, kind of standing tall, probably about 6 foot, kind of 6'4" in height. Two big horns that you're not sure if are connected to the helmet or not, that kind of face down and almost goes towards the mouth of the helmet. Kind of step off wearing like a big kind of cape, but the cape is kind of torn and has a bunch of scratches through it and a bunch of holes in it. And the guards are walking in kind of like a protective kind of pattern around him as he's walking towards your direction. And people start to kind of make room, and some people, even the soldiers or the guards that are standing there, kind of straighten their backs up as he's walking by, and you see them, they're walking extremely fast, not like in a sprint or anything, but the their noise of their armor waiting, they're approaching you fast, but most people who are standing next to you in this like kind of walkway are starting to move over to the side.
Okay, yeah. I'll also kind of just like fade over to the side and stick to the edges and just kind of observe.
Right, As he makes his way towards that fountain area, he gives a quick look to the left and then towards like the kind of taller building to the right, same where Bright Rock kind of went. Starts approaching his way. Getting closer to them as they're passing by, you see uh, kind of more of what you saw as they kind of got out of the boat. Their armor has a bunch of scratches in it, a bunch of like cuts into it. Looks like they've been in probably about like 50 wars according to their armor. Just this kind of like shattered pieces or like broken pieces in, but their weapons seem to show the opposite. It seems to show very refined metal, no scratches at all on the weapons, very well made looking. And as they approach, uh, you hear them as they're approaching that line of guards that are sitting at these steps. Uh, the one with the scroll here walks up and says, and you are and then like you see him puts a hand up, and then the guard looks over. One of his guards that he brought himself looks over and says, "Right, yep, just in that door to the." And as he's talking, just kind of walks through, and the guards kind of just shuffle their way out. And then as he kind of breaks distance, kind of looks down at a scroll of paper, see him kind of scratch side of his head and say, "Never get used to that." As he's kind of scribbling something in, and then you see him kind of like as the guards are or as the guy kind of breaks distance and the door closes this kind of big gate, uh you see the guards kind of start to slump back into their uh positions of kind of relaxed, not standing up super straight, and kind of taking like a big sigh of relief that that person is not kind of watching over them or in the area.
Okay. Is there anyone else still kind of like standing around, just kind of like, oh, that just happened?
Yeah, you see someone who is sitting at the edge of the fountain with like a book out, but even just with passive perception, can notice them kind of like half looking at the book, looking towards that area where you just passed. And then as the person kind of breaks this and kind of closes the book, puts it in like a satchel behind them, and then kind of opens up another kind of like smaller journal and starts writing something in, but kind of just looking up at the entrance still where that person entered, and then the doors closed, just
Mm,
writing something without breaking eye contact towards the group of guards walking through.
okay. I want to try to. What does this person look like? Like, are they human, elf, or?
They look human from what you can tell. They have a veil over their head, like a hood up, but very long, flowy kind of sleeves and clothes. And they're just kind of sitting there looking around. They look human, just from the facial features, but you're not sure until you walk up.
Okay. I'm gonna try to walk up kind of quietly, from like a back angle, and just as I'm approaching, see if I can read over their shoulder before they notice me.
Sure, roll stealth.
Oh, for some reason that's sent to the GM. I don't know why, but it. I assume you can see it.
Yes. Okay. Super stealthy. Didn't even send it in roll 20. But as you approach, and can just read over, and with that stealth roll, just reading over, they don't notice you at all, and them keeping it close to their side. Go ahead and make a perception check with advantage. You see if you can read what they wrote.
Okay.
Okay, campaign's over. Oh, but
Ew.
in their
Oh my
writing,
goodness.
it you read the line saying Bright Rock, and then there's a check. General Vol, there's a check, and then underneath General Vol in small writing is what they're writing right now, saying seems to be in a hurry, plan accordingly, and with that natural 20, as they're writing those lines underneath General Wall, you see the words like flicker out as they're writing it and disappear.
Oh. Okay. For now, I just want to really clock that person, make sure that I know what they look like and what they're wearing.
Oh, and with that perception,
Yeah.
you would know that they're not human. They do
Cool.
look elven, and I will send the rest in a DM.
I already get
Oh.
secrets. Yes.
Oh my goodness.
First nat 20, first secrets. What?
Fuck yeah.
I don't think I described my character. I'm not sure if
No, I don't
Yeah,
think any of us did.
yeah, I
except
had
for
to, because I'm terrible at DMing. We're gonna go back and do
Shush.
it at the end. But
Okay.
after that, as Nim, please describe your character, and then we'll go back to everyone and then continue because I'm on too much coffee.
Okay, so Nim is about 5'8". She is wearing a long she's wearing like a long coat and long sleeves. It's like a very dark green, like a muted dark green. She's got long brown hair that's kind of just like piled on top of her head in like a kind of messy bun. But her hood is pulled up and her skin is a little bit tan. And she's got dark brown eyes, but one of her eyes, like the upper right corner of her face is like a giant burn scar, like think Zuko.
Oh.
And so she's got her hood up, kind of pulled over that, and she squints a little bit. It kind of seems like maybe her bad eye bothers her. Um, and she's got a big ass longbow and a quarterstaff on her back, and then a club just kind of like swinging at her side.
Nice.
And then if you'd like to, we'll just go back down reverse order. So Elifir, if you'd like to explain what your character looks like, because I'm terrible.
Okay. Elifir is about 6'1", quite lean, slender, but like athletic, sort of like a lanky swimmer, I guess you could describe it as. He's got pale blue skin, pitch black hair that goes down past his shoulders, and it's quite like matted and a little bit like thick. There's an eye patch going across his right eye, as well as two like big cuts that go across his eye from, you could guess what, a sword or a claw or whatever. And his left eye is just a normal brown coloration, quite standard. He's got white markings across the left eye, as well as down his lips and chin, and around the sides of his neck that disappear into his outfit. So you don't know where they go. He's wearing just general brown traveler's clothes, nothing too fancy. There's a lot of furs around the neck lining and a hood, so he's quite sweaty right now. Not really enjoying the heat of the city. And his brown traveler's clothes go all the way down, basic brown trousers, shoes. He's wearing gloves over his hands, just black leather gloves, and has two silver chains around his neck that you can see the chains of, but the rest of it also disappears beneath his clothing. And that is it.
All right, and then Sonny and Scourge, if you'd like to describe your characters. I'm terrible. I'll add that every sentence.
Stop it.
Amazing.
Go for it.
All right. The first thing you'd notice about Sonny is that she appears to be rather short half-orc, especially standing beside her traveling companion. Anyone who would look more closely would notice that her hair has a rather peculiar leafy texture to it, with some small off-white flowers twisted throughout it. Her skin appears shiny, and a closer look would reveal like a sheen of water on the surface of her green skin. She's wearing simple traveling clothes in various muted greens, browns, and blues, and on her back she's carrying a small shield along with her quarterstaff that is just a couple inches from dragging on the ground. And if you'd see her walking, you notice she kind of half skips to keep up with the stride of her taller companion, but you'd gather she's kind of used to moving in that way.
Um, Scourge from the Shattered Sky is a big, imposing 6'8", very muscular woman. She's a half tabaxi, half orc, kind of like a saber tooth, but her half orc tusks are long like a saber tooth. She like her fur has a lot of different patterns, purple and red and yellow, matching her big poncho that kind of reflects like a very nice setting sun. Um, she has she stands pretty awkwardly at 6'8". She also has heterochromia, one yellow eye and one red eye, and she's got a big war pick at her side and a shield.
Very cool.
All right.
Oh.
I forgot to say, Elephant has a long sword at its left side and a shield on his back as well.
If we're talking
Hell
about
yeah.
character details, the only one I want to note about Odette, besides her lovely fur adornments, is she's no spell books, nothing like that. Just has a wine goblet attached at her hip.
What?
Yeah,
Wizard rolls on high.
Yes.
Wine Mom Wizard?
yeah.
This is a
She's got a
great
wine,
campaign, you
a
guys.
big wine goblet, and that's it.
Oh my goodness. We've beat it. We've done it.
All right. So continuing on, and I did DM in your character folder. That's where we'll
Yeah.
usually go when I whisper. But
Okay, good.
yeah, after reading it, and then the person kind of writing their last note kind of closes the journal and kind of stands up, still not noticing you, but kind
Yeah, I want
of
to keep it that way.
kind of then looks left and then right. Um, Still kind of they look past you, but they're still not kind of locking eyes. Kind of just looks around in the direction and then kind of starts walking off, refixes the hood, and then starts walking towards the ferry.
Okay, I'm gonna very casually follow if they're going towards the ferry, and if there's any like food or anything I can grab on the way, I'm gonna grab that. Partially to act natural and partially because I want it. And that's
Yeah.
me.
There is a funnel cart,
Oh
or
fuck yeah!
a funnel cake kind of cart sitting there, and he's kind of just handing them out. You see like a kid who's like getting another one, and they're kind of like debating if they should give him another one, and then the family kind of hands over like 5 silver, and he kind of quickly pockets it, looks around at the guards, and then hands him another one. And then as you're walking by, you just he they're just kind of out on a tray in the front. They kind of just make them, and then he kind of just puts them out, and people are just walking by grabbing them. But you can just grab one without even interacting with them.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab one and
Keep
take a
going.
bite, and my eyes will like kind of go wide. And with my mouth still full, I'm gonna walk right back over to the person and say, "Excuse me, is it inappropriate to take more than one?" Just like
And
around
like the
the funnel
gnome
cake.
who's making them looks back at like the person who's like working the oven. Um, well, you're not allowed to have more than one. And he kind of looks over his shoulder. But for 5 silver, you can have as many as you want.
That is an excellent deal. And I will I will hand over 5 silver, and I will take all of the funnel cake that I can carry.
All right. There's about 5 on the stand, so you just start shoveling them in, and you see like one person kind of says, excuse me, what?" And then you hear the gnome quickly look at them and says, "Shush, it's fine, it's fine. They have a large family they're handing it to." He puts the lines. "There'll be more. Just come back." And he looks back at the oven. 10 minutes. Well, fresh one in 10 minutes, and everyone like there's like a large sigh in the crowd.
Nim is obliviously walking towards the line, very happily shoving funnel cake in her face.
All right. So, as you're going you're going towards the ferry line, right?
Yeah, I'm following
Okay.
the the journal man.
Okay. So as you're traveling that way, we'll go back to the line for Lockhart. As you guys are approaching, the line's getting smaller and smaller. Eventually, uh, it gets up to the person right in front of you, Scourge and Sani. The kind of a small, looks like a halfling holding up a flintlock. And at this distance now, there's kind of like a line that stops and a guard who's sitting there who's telling you kind of like stop here. As the person approaches the cart, you see her fixing her braid behind her head as this kind of halfling walks up and says, "Oh, this has been broken for," and just hand it here, it's okay. And she picks it up from him and says, "That's not Lockhart made, so that's why it's broken, but let's have a look at it." And she leans it on like this kind of like this velvet looking uh kind of handkerchief kind of just laid out, and you see her put the goggles back on her face, and you see her kind of touch something on the back of the goggles, and on the back of the goggles these kind of small lenses kind of kind of just flip up in front of these goggles, and you see her kind of adjusting it to zoom in closer, and she says, well, it's nothing external, it's probably internal. And she slips on kind of like this glove that has weird etchings on the side of it, and all on, even on the goggles, on the hat, and on her glove, you see the same symbol of kind of like this lock, this like heart locket symbol. And the glove kind of magic starts getting infused with it, starts to glow this kind of golden glow, and she waves her hand over the flintlock, and you see it start to slowly dismantle and start to defragmentize, almost like an open up, so she can see on the inside of it. And you see her kind of pointing out pieces of the inside, pointing out different things. Says, "Oh, well, here's your problem here." And you see like a bent piece that was inside of the flintlock, and she grabs it and reaches in her pocket, pulls out like an identical piece, looks at both of them, and then replaces it as this pistol or flintlock is opened up, still kind of in the air, different pieces kind of scattered around, puts it back in that floating area, and then recloses it. And you see her pick it up, and then, without warning, kind of cleans out the barrel, loads in a kind of a iron ball, and then just points in the distance and just shoots it straight to her left. And you see kind of people kind of like duck down in the crowd, and she looks at him and says, well, should be working now, and hands it back to him. And he's, "Oh, thanks. Um, how much is this gonna be?" "Oh, just for fixing that farm and probably making it better with a Lockhart part. I can give you a discount because I love the Emberfall Festival. Just 50 gold." And you see him kind of, "Oh, I, okay." And he kind of reaches back and hands her kind of like sack gold, counting some out, and is, "I only have 47." And then she just takes this and says, "Huh, I guess we'll have to do what we have to do." And then he says, "It's fine. And please, next." And she says, "Oh, thank you." Kind of walks off looking at it. It's all shiny. It looks brand new. Kind of walking on. I was like, "Don't hurt yourself with that, please. And next time, if you don't want to have broken equipment, then you should buy it from a Lockhart." And as she looks over at you, Scourge and Sani, says, "Next, please." And this is the first person that you see that doesn't look like she really cares, or isn't kind of giving you a weird look for looking different in town. She just kind of looks at you and looks back down at something she's working on, but as you approach, she kind of just looks back up and then folds her arms and looks at you. Um, Anything in particular you're here for? Here to purchase, sell?"
Uh, Scourge looks nervous, and she'll bring out her locket. Okay, so first off, hi. I'm not going to hurt you. I have this.
It's
Right.
always good to clarify.
I think you should be more worried of me hurting you, but that's okay. I'm not going to hurt you either. We're in a festival after all. And still with the goggles on, looks at, go ahead and hand it here. What make is this, do you know?
I think yours.
Oh, I don't really dabble too much in lockets, and she picks it up, and then as she's looking at the front of it, she's staring at it, looks back up at you, turns the locket around, looks at you again, and then picks it up with the artificial kind of glove hand, takes the goggles up, and then looks at you and says, "Where did you get this from?"
A friend.
"A friend? What friend?"
She told me to call her Mary.
Huh. She slowly puts the goggles on, and you see her hand is a little bit shaking. Puts the goggles back on, looks at it, and says, "Well, that's what a friend you have. Uh, Here to fix it, then, I assume."
Yeah.
And I can get right on it. I'm sorry, what? And she puts the goggles back up on it. What's your name? And
I'm
she takes the
called
glove
Scourge.
off, puts a hand out towards you.
I'll shake it.
You can call me Isabel. Isabel Lockhart.
Mhm.
And then, almost completely ignoring you till this point, Sonny says, "Oh, and sorry, your name?"
Oh, hi, I'm Sonny. I'm just here with Scourge to help her out.
It's good having company. And you see like a single tear kind of roll out right eye. And she wipes it with wipes it with her glove that's in her left hand now. Ah,
Oh,
well,
Oh.
I'll get right on it. This might take me a little bit, but maybe I'll meet you at the end of the festival. I'll have it looking better than new.
uh,
Still kind of holding it in her hand.
yeah. Sounds good. How much gold?
Oh, don't worry about it. Um, if anything, and she's kind of like rifling through. Can you And she like goes back into their cart, comes back out with like a looks like like a sealed envelope, and she stuffs it in kind of like this bag. Grabs something else. Roll perception. Both you
Ooh.
can roll once or one with advantage. As she's grabbing something else really quickly and putting it into the bag as well.
Uh, I'll give Sonny advantage if that's okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. I forgot to have advantage. Cued on here. That's a 24.
All right. And with that, you see her kind of grab a almost looks like a separate kind of satchel or bag that kind of just rolls out, or she rolls it out and puts it in a very smaller bag. Almost looks like a type of coin purse. Puts in that bag too. Um, I won't pry too much, but just if you travel back that way, just give this back to Mary, please. It's important that reaches her. But I'll definitely get this fixed and back to you in good hands.
All right. Uh, See you later.
Right.
I'll step out of line.
Is it all right before I go if I give you a quick ancestor's blessing?
I'm not familiar what that is.
Oh, it's nothing. It's just you've been such a help, and I wanted to thank you.
Oh.
Sure. Does it hurt?
Oh, oh, I don't think so.
All
Uh,
right.
and if she'll allow it, Sonny will reach out her hand and just kind of mumble something under her breath and, give her some guidance.
Oh,
It was nice meeting both of you. I'll work on it right away after this line clears. And you see her
sounds
like
good.
whisper something to the guard. Guard kind of steps up to the back of the line. And she quickly like puts it underneath one of the shelves, and then you see her like fixing her kind of like blouse and corset, trying to fix her demeanor, wipe the tears, puts the goggles back on, and she says, next, to meet Lockhart, and then next in line would be Elifir. You've seen kind of this happen.
Ooh.
And now you're next in line. What would you like to do?
Are you Miss Lockhart?
That I am. Um, Sorry about that. That usually doesn't happen. Some
You all
personal
right?
stuff. What can I help you with? You buying, selling, or
Well, some lady told me to come here. She had
Oh,
pink eyes and whatnot. She kind of helped me out, and she was like, "Should go see this lady called Lockhart." So here
oh,
I am.
right. Um, okay. A lot of people tell me to go see me. Is there any more information on that, or
Is there a lot of people around?
looking around, the
Is it?
closest person is probably like 15 feet back on that line, but from where you step towards her. But other than that, people usually stand clear of this kind of huge cart and know that since there's guards posted on both sides, you probably can't get that close to Lockhart.
Is it all right if I come a bit closer?
Um, yeah, if you don't plan on stabbing me.
No, no. My long sword's right away.
All right.
I'm gonna shuffle up and try and stealthily just take off his glove and then just put his hand on on the table.
Okay. Yeah, roll stealth.
Sleight of hand.
Yeah, you beat sleight of hand as well.
Okay, thank God. 13.
13. Okay, let me
Yeah.
see. All right. So yeah, as you take out the glove, she looks down and says, "Oh, that person. Wow, this is a a lot back to back. Um, all right. You mind stepping into the cart just for a second?
The card.
Yeah. This isn't something I'm supposed to do just out in the public
Right.
space."
All right. He'll put his glove back on and get in the car, I guess.
And you see her kind of like take her rifle off her back, and then with the butt of it, like poke the guard in the back of the head. "Hey, can you watch my stuff, please? Thank you." Kind of walks back in the cart, opens the back of it, and like a small kind of like ramp folds out. And it's just over here. It'll just be real quick.
All right. You're not going to shoot me, are you?
Oh no, if I wanted to, I would have just shot you out here.
Oh, good. All right. In the
Right.
car.
And I will move everyone to Whisper so I don't have to restart my stream. So I'll just move everyone down there.
What?
Yes. First whisper is mine.
Okay. So, as you get into the back of the cart, she immediately shuts the metal closing of the cart behind her. Just, all right, well, let's see it. I'm gonna have to. It might feel a little bit weird, but I'll
Do you
make it
want
as
the
quick
whole
as
thing
possible.
or just the
Just
hand?
just just lay it out, and I can just work on it from there. The hand might be just fine.
I'll just
Is
do
it
the whole
is
thing just in
and she
case.
looks like, yeah, is it the whole arm? They're really
Yes.
doing whole arms now? Okay. Yeah,
I'm not
just do the
entirely
whole
sure
arm.
even helped me. She's a very lovely lady, she was. He says as he's just like taking off his jacket and
Right.
shuffles the whole arm off.
All right. If you just let me see it palm up, I won't approach you. I'll just look at it from here.
It's alright, no worries.
All right, and as you put the palm up, puts the goggles on, the magnification kind of zooms in. Says, "All right, now this is the weird part. You just have to bear with me, all right? I just been given the orders too." And
What are you doing with it?
oh, and she puts like her glove on, and it starts to glow. It's best if you just see, I think.
Alright. Oh,
It
name's
just
Elifir, by the way.
oh,
And like awkwardly offers his left hand.
she shakes it. Lockhart. You just call me Lockhart.
Lockhart. Alright, good to know.
And as she shakes your hand, almost like when a doctor sticks the needle into your arm as they're distracting you, kind of waves her hand over your arm, and it
What are
as
you doing with your
almost like that
fingers?
flintlock, your arm opens up and kind of
What?
defragmentizes and opens up in a way just like the flintlock did, kind of looking at the inner workings of it.
Holy shite.
Just don't move too much. It's this is a very complicated string
What the
of.
fuck's that thing in there?
Oh, don't look at that. That's
What about that
supposed to
bit?
be there. That one's fine as well.
Can
Oh,
I touch
and
it?
oh, I wouldn't. I don't even know what most of the stuff is, and she reaches in her back pocket, pulls out something. It looks like a small square made of like metal, and she looks at it. She says, "All
Can I
right."
tell what metal? Just
Um,
being a general smith, is it anything common, I guess?
it doesn't look too common. It looks like it has like a metal shine to it, but you're not even sure if it's like an actual like metal to it. It just has like a bright metal shine when she pulled it out, like it gleamed for a second.
Okay, cool.
But she, the arm is still kind of floating and kind of opened up, she slowly puts it into the one area where it looks like a part was missing, and she puts it there and lets go of it, and it starts kind of floating into place. And he's like, "Hmm." And then she pulls out like a scroll and starts to read it. Right? Okay, that's in place. All right. Um,
What
seems like you're
exactly are
good
you
for
doing with
now.
it?
And then she kind of leans in and says,
Putting
"Look,
some.
actually roll persuasion."
Yes, I'm good at this. Well, to you or just. I'll just roll it too.
It's either.
No!
All right.
No!
She says, "Well, between me and you, I don't really know what this is either. I don't specialize in whatever this is, whatever they call it, but they just told me, they handed me this, told me to put that in, and they really just wanted to see if you can follow instructions first. But that's good. You did. So I would say
I'm not
you're
entirely
doing
sure
good work.
who gave this to me. Just some very kind lady. She just gave me this thing because I didn't have one.
Right.
And I thought I
I'd be
might as well
careful
honor
with
a
her.
kind lady's words, Careful.
Yeah, she's nice when she wants to be. But I mean, if she's giving you that, then I mean,
Seems like a perfectly kind lady to me.
right. Well, I'll let her know that you showed up, and oh, I was also supposed to, and she like reaches like in a shelf, pulls out like a key ring, and like shuffles through like three keys, unlocks something, pulls it out. It's like a small satchel, or like a not a satchel, but like a lock box. Um, it looks like it's about the size of a palm, so it looks like a very small. Looks like it can fit like a ring or something, or like a necklace, some sort of jewelry. Hands it to you. I'm supposed to give that to you, and she just told me to hand that to you, and then I'm done with my part. So I'm not sure what else happens, but
You're not asking me to marry you, are you?
No, definitely not. No offense. Just working with her kind of gets me a little bit nervous. I don't want to mess anything up. But
Do you
so
even know what her name is? She
I
didn't
don't
tell
really
me.
I don't
She
really
just kind of looked at me
ask.
with her, pink eyes and that. And she
Yeah,
seems very kind and pretty, so I kind of just went along with it.
I think that's how she gets you, honestly. But enough of that. It was nice meeting you, friend. Um, I'm Lockhart, and
Well, thank
I'm
you very much.
good luck with all of that. Oh, sorry, and she like closes up your arm as she hands it to you. As she closes
Oh,
up your arm. Oh,
how,
sorry about that. All
could you
right.
show me how to do that?
Oh,
Is there a button or
it's
something?
it's a family thing for me. My father taught me.
Oh,
I can do it with any kind of inner workings of artificial material, but
well,
uh,
isn't that wonderful?
right.
Well, thank you
Um,
anyway, Miss Lockhart.
right. Yeah, just right this way, friend. And she like as she opens the
All
cart
right.
door again, she says, "Right. So yeah, that firearm it should be working the next couple days. Thanks for being a good loyal customer. Uh,
Oh, you go. Thank you kindly.
yeah. Have a good one. Enjoy the
Hopefully you don't.
festival."
Hopefully, whatever it is you're crying about gets sorted out, and you're all right.
Of course, don't have to worry about Lockhart.
All right, I won't then.
Slowly
By
starts
the
going
way,
back to the front of the car. Yeah.
do you know if the ale is free? He gestures towards where the Daryl and Marrow ale.
Oh, yeah, it definitely should be. All of it's free today for the festival. It's real good, but I think you might get
Well, isn't
addicted to
that
it. You drink
great?
too much.
Don't have to convince me. Kind of beams, what is smile, and walks off to get some ale.
All right. She just starts as you're walking off. You see her start to frantically start grabbing things off her table, and says, "The first another customer starts walking. She says, sorry, we're closed for now. Give me like an hour. We'll be fine after the announcements. After the announcements, I'll be set right back up. I'm so sorry." She starts like tearing things down and kind of putting them back in her cart.
Elf is just like, lucky I got there when I did. She's about to close up.
All right,
Off to ale.
All right, yep, someone's already dead. I'm just kidding. But
Oh.
yeah, so after Whispers, make sure you guys join back the Discord stream if you want to hear the music. But so after that, you start walking back towards the ale, and eventually, after you guys kind of just peruse around the fair, unless you guys have anything that you want to do, we'll go back to Odette's if they can hear me. Can they hear me? Right? Is it working?
No, we can't hear you.
Hello?
Oh,
Hey, there
there you
you
go.
are.
Hey.
Oh, thank goodness. Hello. Okay.
Hello. All right. So,
All right.
so walking towards the fountain again, you did see that cart pass you. That kind of cart that everyone else was kind of heading towards, but to the kind of back right of that fountain is where that ferry area is, behind this kind of big building of this library.
Okay.
Walking past there, for this kind of instance, the study people that are walking to that market area are still not through yet. They're still kind of walking towards that fountain area. Would you still like to kind of shuffle around the fountain so they don't kind of come up to you?
I would. I'm not interested in associating with them.
Okay.
I will attempt to avoid them by going around the fountain. I'm really just looking for anything that's interesting or anybody who looks like they could really easily be robbed. Um,
Okay. Uh, so either make just a perception check or an insight check to see if you can read people's kind of meaner or demeanor around the. I guess I'll let you decide.
okay. Perception or insight?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't roll well. Okay.
6. You don't see a lot. Most of the people seem to be kind of just moving too frequently to lock onto one person. You do see like a dwarf, which is easy to see with a perception of 6, is kind of passed out on the ground next to this ale cart. Seemed like he drank too much and he's already celebrating early.
Mhm.
And you see like another dwarf kind of like slapping his face, trying to get him up, and kind of like tugging on the front of his shirt. But
Perfect.
as you are kind of looking in that direction, someone else kind of leans down to help, like a human kind of leans down to help.
Mm.
And as your eyes are fixated on this situation, you do notice like the people you're avoiding kind of wrap around the fountain and start walking towards that library. One of them does kind of look left and kind of look in your direction, kind of stop, but then kind of keeps generally walking. But the
I'm
one that has stopped and kind of looked over at you, they stop for more or less of a just about like for like a 5 second period of not walking forward. And
mm.
you see them kind of place one of those cards on the edge of the fountain and then kind of walk towards the library. And you follow them with your eyes to the library, and the two guards kind of move out the front of the door, and the library door just open up on their own as they walk in and close behind them.
Okay. Odette will purse her lips, a little irritated that how dare they even look at her. um, and then she'll walk over and just snatch up the card while she walks by and take like a little peek at it.
Right? You pick up the card. It
Hmm.
is completely blank, but as you pick it up, the left-hand corner of it, a little tiny spark catches it on fire, and it starts to like spread down the card towards your fingers.
Mm, I'm going to just hold on to it until the last moment and then just kind of let it go.
All right, as the fire burns down, you let it go. Uh, the embers of it kind of just float off, and then on your back of your right hand, there's a small like S
Mm.
that has formed like almost like a tattoo on top of the back of your hand, and it kind of just glows orange when you look at it.
Ah, those pretentious assholes. Hmm. I need a drink. So she's gonna go and find a local pub or a place where she can get alcohol.
All right,
Or where
there's
she
an
can
inn.
drink and not have to pay for it.
All right, yeah, there's an inn close by, or there's that cart that you just saw that dwarf passed out called Daryl and Cheryl's Ale, or there's an inn. So it's up to you which one you
Hmm.
want to go to.
I will go towards the inn.
Okay, yeah, approaching it, the inn is called The Nest. Big sign laying out in the front. Uh, and as you're walking up to it, you do notice like a you do notice a familiar figure walking by, not being discreet about it at all. You see big minotaur, and on like almost wrapped around the body, but the head next to his head still holding on is Madame Nixie and
Hmm.
Nulo walking in. Seems like they're taking their break towards the end, but they kind of enter it before you, and the doors kind of like the saloon doors kind of just wobbling back and forth as they walk in first. You just see them as they walk in uh, towards the end. But do you still enter the inn?
She will hesitate. Um, but then yes, we'll go inside.
Right? You enter the inn, and as you're entering in, you see them kind of set up a table, and Madame Nixie's still like looking at the cards, sitting at one of the tables. But yeah, the drinks here are free, and as the innkeeper kind of sits there, kind of cleaning the glass, he seems pretty upset that he's handing them out for free, but uh, still making him. He kind of keeps eyeing that cart outside of the ale, kind of just outside of like kind of like a window or open kind of door, kind of just looking at him, kind of cleaning like a mug as you walk in.
Mm. Oh, hello there, handsome.
Oh, he kind of turns around, sees like the kegs behind him. Oh, you're talking to me. Um, yeah, how many do you want?
Just one.
All right. Kind of turns around and starts pouring it. And he
Oh, don't
lays
be
it down
too
and
upset.
says, I mean, you work here your whole life, and then one day they just say everything's free, and then you get the most customers you ever got. Just
Ah, so frustrating. Well,
kind of
if
just
it's
rubs
good
me the wrong
ale,
way.
if it's really good ale, I'll send you 100 customers right after the festival.
You can do that?
Of course. I have connections.
Oh,
If I
you're
say
one of
something's
those
good,
high
the
ups.
people. I am.
Uh, that's fascinating. Well, what are you doing down here then? Shouldn't you be up in the important people area that I'm not allowed to look at?
I just think that's so icky, don't you? Shouldn't we all come together and experience this festival as it is?
Alright, go ahead and roll persuasion or deception, up to you. You can roll it to GM if you like.
Um, persuasion or perception?
Or
I'm just
persuasion
gonna
or deception, yeah.
deception. Okay, I'm just gonna roll a deception. Oh my gosh!
Alright. Uh you as he's like cleaning the mug and looks back at you, he says, "That's what I thought too. Wow, you are much different from most of the ones I've spoken to just passing by. I mean, between me and you, I usually just hate people who are higher up. I mean, they don't have to work for anything. I'm down here
No.
working in the filth down here."
And it's not fair.
He kind of slides over another kind of mug full of ale. And me personally, that ale from Eichenwald or wherever they're from, I don't think it tastes good at all.
I'll say, and forgive my language here, but they're a bunch of assholes. Just absolutely the worst of all. They are just so pretentious.
Oh, you hate dwarves too?
No. I just mean, when. Sorry, I thought we were still talking about people living on the higher
Oh,
end, you know?
right.
Just
I
that,
don't
just
hate
that.
dwarves.
No.
Yeah, hate those people too. Or I mean,
Yeah.
alone. I hate those people alone. Dwarves are
Huh.
fine with me.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Yeah. Just get
Anyway,
that ale, thank you.
yeah.
Thanks.
We're closing up soon anyway. The announcements are about to go off, so we
Oh,
gotta get over to Ember Isle. I gotta get early in line for the ferry, or else I won't even make it.
yes, you should absolutely focus your
Right.
attention there.
Yeah. Right. Oh.
Um,
And here. And he kind of pulls something out from underneath the shelf, hands it to you. Just keep it on the down low. We didn't have this conversation. That we didn't. Me and you have never met. And
okay.
he hands you like looks like a small token, almost looks like a silver coin when you look at it. It's like it looks like a badge of like of some sort. Just has like a phoenix on it, and it's embroidered. Just show that to the fairy person. She gets you just right to the front of the line. Just take
Okay.
mine. I can sit in line. It's fine.
You are certainly a charmer. Thank you for the ale.
Right.
And I don't believe we've met. And I'll walk off.
See how right start just whistling and scrubbing the top of the counter. But as the festival is continuing on, the is about time for people to start. Like you see, like the most of the merchants are starting to almost close up, but not close up as like they're leaving. Just kind of hunker down their cart as they're also kind of getting ready to head towards the ferry. So unless people have anything else they'd like to do before that, I'd assume all of you are kind of heading towards that ferry direction where like the most of the crowd is, because even the guards are kind of like telling people that the announcements are going to happen. This kind of merchant stall thing, like you're not required to go to the ferry, but the merchant stall is kind of closing, so nothing really to do here. And people are saying if you're staying by the merchant guard, you're probably a thief. So the guards are kind of like ushering people either get out of the merchant area or somewhere else. You don't have to be in Ambrosia, but everyone's kind of going towards the ferry area. But unless you guys don't want to go there, then let me.
I will definitely go towards the the ferry area, but I do want to just be a little like petty with this guy being anti-door. I just want to be a little bit petty, and I want to send my dear sweet little baby pet Silk
All right.
out to go out to go scratch on like some of the bar stools, like make little scratches under them so they're a little less stable next time somebody sits on them.
All right. Definitely do that. And he's too busy scrubbing the thing and looking towards the dwarves notice. So no roll even required. But as you guys start to shuffle towards the ferry area, you were kind of already in line, Nim, for a while. So you're kind of towards the
Yeah.
front. And we will, because I went over time, take our 15-minute break here. So
Okay.
yeah, we'll just take a break here. I'll mute audio so you guys can tell me how bad I'm doing. Like, just leave it
Stop
normal.
it.
Oh,
Okay, but I'll be right back. I'll just deafen for a second, and then, but you guys feel free to get like water or whatever. 15 minutes. I'll put it in the Discord just so no one has to do any like time multiplication, whatever. Just 15 minutes from this message. So from there,
Okay.
so we should meet back at 2. Wow, now I'm doing fucking math. Huh? 2:40. Okay,
All right.
so break. Woo, good.
Hey.
Okay, I deafen. Am I doing terribly? Oh, I'm gonna put it here too. 15 mins. Okay. How is the audio good? Like, is everything good? I think I tried to make the audio good. Okay, good, good, good. Good, good, good. I only have to worry about one more thing, but that's later. So we'll see. But I need to go to the little devil's room, the bathroom. Okay, good. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. One thing else is that the VODs won't have music audio, but I think that's like the least amount of worry, right? Because I mean, I can even make a channel of the music I played, but it just won't have, because I'll get DMCA'd. It won't just have music audio in the background, but other than that, it's fine. But um, we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Wow, we're just getting started. They're about to die. Kidding, kidding. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. So, carrying on from you guys all heading back or heading towards this ferry line, it would actually be Nim first, as you get up to the front, or at least in the group of 10 people, you see a guard kind of putting a hand up for like the 11th person stopping for the ferry. You see the person who's kind of sitting there now approaching closer now. Does kind of look uh, bigger in stature. You would kind of notice that even with him sitting down, he still is probably about like at least like
He's
five
still
foot
what?
tall. He's still sitting down on like a barrel,
Okay.
but still very tall. Um, as you walk up, and he's like ringing the bell as the boat's approaching again. But he starts to kind of like gather equipment from like people who are in front of you, just like their bags, and just putting them like in a storage spot. But some people are kind of like just holding their bags still, not letting him take them, and he doesn't really mind too much. He's just kind of ushering him into the boat and counting. And then as he gets up to you, he kind of leans a hand out towards like towards you to kind of like hand him your bag or anything, but you can choose to keep it if you like. You see like 3 people in front of you still have their bags on their back.
I will carry my belongings. Thank you.
Right. Well, watch your step. Don't fall in the water. I'm not diving in with you. And he kind of just
I would
looks at
not
the person
expect you to.
behind you, then kind of
I'll get
ushers
on the
you in.
boat.
Yeah, getting onto the like ferry, it's pretty jam packed on kind of like shoulder to shoulder, but on the ride with you towards there, it's a very short ride. Doesn't really take that long, but just going back and forth. There's like you see like there's like 2 kids kind of sitting there with their parent, both human, and you hear the human just go, "Well, it's my first festival. This is kind of excited. You know that all the lords are gonna be here." And some person kind of interrupts him saying, yeah, Miles too. Miles is gonna be here too. I'm excited for that." Uh, and then someone says, "Oh well, Miles isn't really a lord, but yeah, I guess he can give his speeches too. That should be exciting." And you're kind of just like, you're probably like the either 9th or 10th person kind of on this ferry, just kind of trying. You feel like the water moving underneath the boat and all the creaking noises, but on this kind of boat, it's just there's like a line attached to each from that dock all the way to the island that the ferry kind of just like attaches to as it slowly just drifts across. But it does rock a lot left and right when waves kind of hit up on the side, and it's pretty dark in here. It's not like an open ferry where you see the front. You kind of like load into like this small kind of like cart looking thing that kind of just drifts across. But the person at the very front of it is kind of just making sure that everything goes well, kind of just sitting up at the front, kind of looking out through like a small kind of like curtain or window, making sure the ferry stops at the right time and everything. And you can hear like the small kind of ruddering of like clockwork or like gears cranking from behind you, right behind you, as it's like pushing through the water, and these small like looks like man-made kind of paddles that kind of push on each increment of this clicking. But um, eventually, the ferry does come to a stop, and the back kind of opens up the same way it did before. So you'd be like second or first out. And as you step out onto Ember Isle, first thing you see, huge statues, probably about almost the size of buildings, of these like monumental people. The first one you see at the very front, there's 5 of them. There's a statue of looks like a tiefling, horns way far back, has looks like a great axe, kind of in 2 hands, uh, like in a swinging position, swinging upward. And the marbling and the structure of this statue looks It's very well made. It looks like it's very well kept as well, very polished, and you actually see someone like wiping it down as you're kind of looking up at it. To the back left of this tiefling, you see an elf, hood up, and a very big marble eagle on the shoulder, with its wings spread behind her head as she's kind of like in a crouched position, looking forward. To the other side of her is looks like a dwarf, has a big shield and big hammer on the left side, kind of in a defensive looking position, kind of having the hammer next to the shield, ready to block whatever incoming danger there is. And now starting on the other side of the tiefling, because those are two back left from him, back right from this middle tiefling statue is the race is harder to discern on this one. Either looks human, might be elvish, but can't really tell too well through this marbling. Seems like someone who looks unarmed, but around the bottom of the statue you see kind of like marble that lifts up, almost like the person's incanting or casting a spell, or like is in mid kind of spell ritual casting. And then the last statue, all the way back far right, is looks like one of someone who's just holding leaning like on like a staff of some sort, just like leaning on the side of it, kind of resting their weight on the side of it, and like looking forward, the other hand on the hip, like looking to the left towards the other statues. Not too much detail on that one. That's the one that you see bottom left, but right when you get off the boat, that's the first thing you see right in the middle of the island, huge 5 statues. You see people polishing and cleaning. It seems like you see like a group of like 3 goblins, like breathing on them and then wiping them with like napkins or cloth, and then breathing on it again and wiping it. And then you see like a just like a human female kind of like yelling at them to like yeah, make sure that clean there too. The announcements are soon, so we're already behind. They wouldn't be too happy if they were messed up. And just cleaning them, and then they're kind of working diligently. To your left from those statues, there's a walkway where you see the other people kind of like nudging past you and kind of walking towards a big stand. There's like a big kind of stand that has stairs going up on both sides, big stage, podium in the middle, and then in front of that, just like a huge kind of almost like a vacant area, almost like what you'd see at like a concert or something, where you just stand up, kind of where people are kind of like gathering around and like waiting in front of the stand. There's not really any chairs, but people are starting to like just fill into this area. And then there's a pathway behind that stage that keeps going, and you're not sure what's back there yet, but that's what you see just stepping off, the first thing off the boat. So what would you like to do?
First, the that last statue, was there any sort of is it any way you could tell if it's like a human, elf, tiefling, anything like that?
It
The
looks
very
like
last
it'd be
one.
yeah, it looks like it'd be bigger than a human, but it doesn't have human features. It roll roll just general perception, I think. Get a better look at it.
Yeesh.
Harder to tell, but you know it is bigger, so it would lead you to believe that it's probably either some sort of orcish race, or maybe like some just race that has bigger kind of stature in general, like Minotaur or Goliath, things like that. But
Okay.
nothing too defining.
Okay. And then I'm just gonna keep an eye on Journal Man. Where's he at?
Yeah, looking around, it seems like he walked forward and is kind of making his way into the crowd area, and he's kind of just in the middle of like a kind of cluster of people, kind of just looking up at the stage, and you can kind of glance him looking kind of left and right towards other things. And but for right now, he seems like he's just standing in the middle of kind of like the crowded area, kind of matching what the other people are kind of doing, waiting for speeches to kind of start or announcements to start.
So he's glancing around. Does he look nervous, or like maybe he's checking to see if other things are falling into place?
Roll insight.
19.
From the way he's looking, he looks like he's looking in directions and looking back, right? He doesn't look nervous. He looks like he's confident, and he looks like he's just kind of waiting for other things to happen. But so he glances, but he doesn't really double check. He kind of just glances and then makes sure that he's in kind of like the right spot where he's supposed to be.
Okay. So it seems like he's kind of triangulating his area and not necessarily checking to see if other people are in certain places.
Yeah, it looks like when he looks kind of left, he kind of steps a little bit closer to the crowd. He stands there for a while. You see him actually even talking to the people around him in the crowd, kind of shaking people's hands, and then kind of like having like slight kind of chuckles or laughs with them, and then he looks kind of back right slowly, and then you see him kind of step like a few paces back, and then some people take his spot in the crowd, and then he kind of just looks left again, and then kind of stands in the same spot. So.
Mm, okay. I want to. All right. So mostly, I'm just going to keep an eye on him, but I also want to kind of see if I can look where he looked and see if I see anything. Anything.
Okay. Yeah, looking left, you see that pathway that leads to the back of the stage. It looks like almost like a dirt path, but it leads farther back. It doesn't lead to like some back room stage area. It just leads past the stage to a part of the island you've never been to. And then to the right, where he keeps looking, is towards those 5 statues that you saw. But like the statues is like people are walking up to the statues now and kind of putting their hands on like the kind of foundations of them and like kind of saying some words, or like even see people kind of dropping flowers towards the statues of those people. But he's kind of looking in that general direction over towards those statues.
Okay. So yeah, I'm just gonna keep an eye on him. I want to see if there's somewhere that I can find that's like a little bit out of the way, like maybe under like a tree or something like that. So like kind of close to him, but not super close and out of the way of the general crowd. And I'll just kind of glance where he glances when he glances.
All right, that's good. Sure. Okay. So for the rest of you, uh, Odette, you'd be kind of traveling there next. You see a big line of people, and a lot of guards are kind of like telling people to just please stay single file, please don't push. You're all gonna get there on time. It's fine. Everyone always makes it on time. You hear people like do like hushed like whispers and things, saying things like, but I want a better spot in the crowd and things like that, and I can't see over most people's shoulders and things like that on the card, saying it's fine. There's no assigned spot to stand. You can stand wherever you want when they start making the announcements. You'll be fine. But Odette, would you stand in the back of the line, or what would you like to do?
No, he said to give the coin to somebody. Somebody, right?
Yeah, he
He
said he can
said to give the
show it
coin.
to the
Okay.
fairy people, and they'll let you in.
Okay, I'm gonna like kind of hold the coin in my palm and just kind of saunter up and be like, "Hello there. Does this mean anything to you?" And I'll take their hand and kind of put the coin in it and be like, "Oh, look at me. Does this mean anything?"
You see, like the person he handed to is like a guard wearing like the plume things. He says, "Oh, right, yeah," and he kind of like calls over another guard. Um, get it to the front of the line, please. Um, here's the
Thank you.
token, and he hands it back to you.
Thank you
And
so much.
the guard kind of starts breaking up people in the way, and you just kind of get escorted to the front. And you see people kind of looking over at you and like giving you looks of like, "Who is this? We've never seen this person before. How are they getting to the front of the line?"
She's not even gonna make eye contact with anyone, just walks right up with a little smile on her face.
And you see as like they're loading up the cart, the guy who's like about to ring the bell kind of holds the string and then stops, and then takes his hand off it. reopens the fairy and then looks in there and says, you, uh, step off, please. And you see like a human kind of just sitting there. And says, me? Yeah, step off. And he steps off, and then he kind of ushers you and points at you and says, all right, go ahead and take his spot.
Thank you. And I will walk in and happily take that person's place.
And then as like the door is closing here, and like the person sitting there saying, it's fine, don't cry about it, you'll be on the next one. The people are too soft these days. And he just
Mhm.
sits there, re-eating something in his hand, sitting on the barrel still. You hear the bell kind of ring.
Okay. So I
The
get to
ferry
enjoy the
starts to
lovely
move.
ferry ride.
Yeah, the ferry ride consists of, on this ferry, someone who's like way too close to you because the shoulders are like right next to you, and whenever the boat rocks and like kind of like slams up against you, and he kind of keeps looking and says, "Oh, sorry, it's a little bit shakier than I remembered it."
Mm, it is.
But go ahead and roll perception.
Okay.
Secret man.
Oh, come on, perception. Oh, a nat one.
Huh? Ferry ride just continues on. Can't really see anything.
Everything's
It's
perfectly
a
fine.
little bit. It's a little bit cramped and dark in here, and you're more concerned about this guy like stepping on your foot than kind of looking around at the surroundings. And since you're the last one on the ferry, you are definitely like near the back, and you just hear like the crunching of the gears turning as this ferry is moving. So you can't really hear much either. But eventually, the ferry gets to the other end and opens up. You see the same five statues that were described. You see there's more people kind of just leading in to this big kind of almost looks like a big just pit of people just walking in and kind of standing there, and they kind of look around and make sure they can see the stage. The stage is very big, so, and it's kind of at an angled area where no matter where you're at in this kind of area, you can at least look up and see who's speaking. But a lot of people kind of just funneling in to this one main kind of dirt patched area that was cleared out for people to stand while the lords talk.
Okay. I'm gonna walk out and look around. Is there anybody or anything that looks particularly interesting? Do I see anybody who maybe I hate?
Roll perception.
Okay.
Number one on your list.
Oh, not that good.
Well, let me roll something. Um, Not anyone that particularly hates you, but you do start to see some familiarity in faces. Not enough for you to call them out or for them to call you out, but you start to see like same kind of facial features of people you might have met before that kind of makes you uneasy to that you might
Mm,
have interacted with this person before, but no one directly sticks out.
okay. I'm going to move to closer to the front of the stage and um kind of find a spot that looks good to stand where I'm not too noticeable, but I want to like get standing near people who I'm like, oh, they'll either attract more attention than me or like they look like I'm gonna blend in here.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll give you two options. There is a
Okay.
cluster of people who look like they all have their arms folded in a lean back kind of uh, posture. They
Hmm.
all have like black hair and they all look related. They look like there's about four or five of them look all related. They have like huge kind of dresses on, and then the other people have like big shoulder guards. They all look pretty. They all look elvish, and you can kind of hear them. They're talking loud enough for people to hear them. They don't really care, and you can kind of hear them saying things like, "I hope this is over quickly so we can just head home out of here. The air is much denser here." As they kind of like scan the crowd. Or there's another cluster of people they look like they're kind of like more middle class. They're like kind of almost like the higher up working force of something else. They most of them look dwarvish. Some of them are human, and you even see one. This is the first time you've seen this person, is a minotaur with a broken horn, who's not Nulo, but looks a lot younger than Nulo, and kind of hanging out with like 2 dwarves, and he's kind of just he's like leaned down on one knee to not block the 15 other people who are behind him.
I will go and stand with that group because I feel like the Minotaur will probably attract more attention than I would, even though I'm insanely hot. Yeah.
You do see like every so often people poke the Minotaur, and then he ushers them to go in front of him because a lot of people behind him can't see at all. So a lot of people he keeps kind of moving back in the crowd a little bit more. You like follow him as he moves back because like he's like trying to be polite and moving people, and then kind of staying on the side so he doesn't block everyone's view.
Yeah, I'm not going to be like right next to him, but I do want to kind of be moving back where
Okay.
like when he's drawing the attention, moving back, kind of sliding the other way past people's vision, I guess.
Yeah, so
If that
eventually he
makes
gets like in a
sense.
spot where he's enough out of the way where people are kind of like, okay, yeah, we'll just deal with it. He's like far right of the crowd, so you can just like
Okay.
lean far right so people want to see. But all right, so there you are there. The next group of people, you guys get to a point where the crowd is dying out. There's less people going on the ferry. You get to a point where people are still filtering in, but this ferry just goes back and forth over and over and doesn't really wait for it to fill all the way up because it'd just take too long. So Sani, Scourge, and Elifir, after your ale, which you can bring on the ferry, you've seen other people kind of bring it,
Perfect.
are kind of in line, and there's only 6 of you on this ride here. So it's 3 of you and 3 other people kind of loading up, and you see the kind of the person who's like ushering you all in kind of stop when it gets to Sani and Scourge, and looks at all of you and says, huh, and kind of stands up and puts a hand out towards Scourge.
What what am I supposed to do with this?
Oh, well, they just never met someone who's bigger than me in quite some time, which I guess I could just say I'm impressed.
Okay. Yeah. So can we get on the boat?
Oh, of course. He just sits back down in his barrel and then opens up the ferry. And as that kind of short interaction happened, Elifir behind you, you hear a kind of like a cart approaching, but it's not a cart that was in the merchant stall when you got there. It seems like a cart. It's completely covered with drapes on each side. Looks like a very lighter cart, but the horses in front of it are pulling it, and they look like they're almost like semi-struggling. So it looks like the cart is like filled with something, but it doesn't look like it should be filled with it. And it eventually stops. And as you guys are like loading into the ferry, the last thing you see as like the ferry door kind of closes is the kind of bigger statured person kind of walking towards it, like to go check it, and like some guards kind of walking over to check it as the ferry door kind of closes and starts to move across the water. But this ferry trip, a lot less cramped, a lot less people in here. But Scourge, your head is actually like scraping the top, so you kind of have to kind of nuzzle down to not get your head just hit by the roof of the ferry over and over again as each wave hits. So it's a little bit more cramped for you. But
Terrific.
and then the other 3 people just happen to be it seems like it's a dwarf. It looks like a very old dwarf, and then 2 looks like either middle-aged or kid kind of dwarves, and they're like helping him kind of like stay steady by sitting on each side of these like of the ferry, or standing on each side of the ferry from so it doesn't rock over and stuff. It looks like he's almost falling asleep with the waves. And one of the small dwarves who's like holding the hand of this older dwarf kind of turns around and looks at the 3 of you, and then looks up then continues to look up at you and says, "Wow, you're tall."
Hmm. I sure am.
And then kind of looks over at Sonny and says, "Oh, hello.
Hi there.
Are you an orc?"
I am. But you know something that's really cool? I'm also something else.
What else could you be?
That's a really good question. Have you ever heard of something called a genasi before?
No.
Oh, well, it's this really type of special people who they have a heritage that's tied to one of the four elemental planes. Do you know about those?
I don't even know what that is. See him kind of like poke his father figure and Grandpa, look, it's a Genesee.
Nice.
Oh.
Kind of turns around and he kind of gets startled for a little bit and says, "Oh, I'm sorry about him. He's talkative."
Well, it ain't no bother. I I'm always happy to share. Oh, is this your first time to the festival?
Oh, third for me, but their first time, so
Oh, that's so
stuck with them.
exciting. Oh. Ah, it's always special when elders get to share with the youngins of the community.
Right. Well, it was nice talking with y'all. Like the ferry ends up just hitting the dock, and then even like the boat or the ferry master looking over there wasn't paying attention, just slammed in the dock and kind of looks to the left, and then pulls like the switch over and says, "Oh, sorry about that. Feel free to exit in a orderly manner."
Ancestors' blessings to you all.
See the
Here.
dwarf is taking his time, kind of leaving the cart slowly, and then even stops at you, Elifir, and says, and looks up and down at you and keeps walking, and then you hear like at a very low voice, and he says, What's that one?" Just keep going. Keep going. Just get to the announcements.
Did Elifir overhear the conversation that they just had?
Yeah, it's a pretty packed ferry, so you can interject whenever.
Elifir's just going to walk up to Sonny. Did you say you're a Ganassi?
That I am.
Not a water Ganassi, perchance.
I am indeed.
Well, I'll be. A kindred spirit, then. My mother's a sea elf, not a watery folk.
Oh, well, it is so nice to find someone else out here who's tied to the water like I am. Oh,
Well, I
not
definitely agree with that.
not a lot of swimming back where I'm from.
Oh, really? Where are you from,
Yeah.
then?
Oh, I'm from the Onglade Swamp. Do you know it?
The what
The
now?
east. It's the Onglade Swamp. It's to the east here, a ways.
I've heard of it a little bit. I've travelled all over, so you pick up bits and bobs.
Well, we love visitors. We've been getting a whole bunch coming on by since well, some inventors, artificer folk found something in the swamp, and they've been coming by all the time. We do love some visitors.
It's always nice to meet new people, isn't it?
It is. Sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Name's Elifir. What's
Alafir.
yours?
Sani. Pleasure to meet you.
Sonny.
And this
Pleasure.
here is my friend. This is Scourge.
Fuck me, you're tall.
Okay.
He's gonna stare
I'm
at
not
me.
going to hurt you.
Well, Well, I'm glad that's the case then. She's got the looks at your wool pick. What
Yeah.
are you then? You're not a Ganassi as well, are you?
No. I'm half orc, half tabaxi. Listen,
That's
I'm
a
not
unique mix.
really good at meeting new people. But I'm glad you like water.
Do you not like water?
No. I was trying to think of
Oh.
something fancy to say. No.
There's nothing fancy that needs to be said. Now, what's your name?
I'm called Scourge.
Scourge. Mighty fearsome name, that. He kind of offers his ale out that he's still like half drunk. Would you like some? Means we don't have to talk.
Oh, I'll talk enough for the three of us.
And just like
Okay.
that, we'll get along fine.
Wonderful then. We're kind of standing on this ferry and it's not going anywhere. Shall we get off?
Yep, as you guys exit the ferry, go ahead and all three of you roll a perception check.
Oh, wow.
Just a single roll.
Ooh.
Oh,
Come on, Scourge.
what do I see? I want to look out for
Go
the
for Scourge. Scourge met a friend. She's all about like figuring out Elafir now.
Elephant's kind of looking for the cleric, or what he thinks is a cleric.
All right.
The
Yeah, looking
bright rock
around,
woman.
you do see like on the stand that glow. They're setting up things. You do see that cleric really hard to miss with the glow, and you also see like a person kind of wearing armor, and you see this other person step out with like a very small kind of golden crown, but very big, red and orange looking, almost looks like if you fan it out, it would make phoenix wings of a cape around the side, and you know that would be the king of Corollos, just from either looking at kind of paintings of him or hearing of him. But he's kind of just sitting up there, and you see there's like guards. There's almost more guard than people kind of standing just around that stage, just looking out and watching around. And but with that 17 as well, it's still like the day is like simmering down. The sun isn't high as it is; it's kind of lowering, so it's becoming like sunset almost. But you hear like a slight crackle of like thunder in the distance. But looking in that direction, you don't really see anything.
Is it recognizable thunder?
Recognizable in the fact that it's like it could be an incoming storm or like some sort of rain is coming, but
But I can't
nothing
see a storm.
looking in that direction, you don't see any clouds at all.
Alright, he'll mutter a quick prayer under his breath then. Yeah, that's it. And then we'll continue on. I'll kind of keep an eye on the storm because he's kind of just curious about storms in general.
And then
And we'll go with
Scourge.
Sonny and Scourge if they let him walk with them.
Absolutely.
With an 11, just looking around, you don't really hear the storm or anything. You just hear, or you just see, just with the 11, the very bright Renner Bright Rock kind of setting up a book at the front of like this podium and kind of opening up, and you see her like rehearsing things, and then you see still dwarves are kind of like waving at her, and she's like kind of waving at every single one. You also see like that person wearing full armor sitting there, arms kind of folded, looking down across the audience, and it's very close to starting. And then the both of you see, besides Sani, see a boat kind of approaching the other side of the island, close to where the ferry was, almost like parallel to it, but it just then touching the dock area and then unloading that cart that you guys saw. And then the cart just proceeding down that left path behind the stage, just paddling by. And since a lot of things are happening very quickly, Nim, you also see that person that you've been watching. When that cart starts approaching by, take that journal back out and start writing.
Okay. How far away
Yeah.
am I him? I'm pretty far from him, right?
Yeah, pretty far, but watching him kind of just writes something in the journal. It only takes about like 5 to like 6 seconds, and then he just closes it and puts it back away. But you
Okay.
see his head following that cart's direction.
Noted.
But as you guys kind of gather around for the festival, the king kind of steps up to the front, and I'll put back on the festival music. We're here for the announcements. Uh, you see him kind of step to the front and take his kind of cape off, hands it off to one of the guards. He says, well, welcome everyone to this Emberfall festival. And you hear kind of some clapping and some cheering. Thank you all of you who have traveled vast distances to get here. I hope the journey was not too difficult in finding your way to Ambrosia, this beautiful city. But I hope the journey heading back is safer if you ran into any problems. Please let Emberwing bless you all if anyone still believes in that. But that's not what we're here to talk about today, is it? We're here just to remind you that this is not a sad day. This is a day to celebrate what the last Ember sacrificed for us 300 years ago. And he kind of offers his hand or kind of brings it over to the 5 kind of statues that kind of face towards like the ocean as he kind of points by. Those brave souls were lost, still not found, but we all hope that wherever they are, they're resting. They deserve it. So, speeches are supposed to start here soon. We're waiting for one of the lords. She is a bit late, but I'm sure that she's dealing with something important. So, he's kind of looking around. You see him kind of like looking towards the sky, left and right. Not really prepared for this lateness, but I'm sure that, and like as he's kind of finishing the sentence, uh, just in a general sense, all of the people in the crowd feel like a slight change in like wind kind of picking up faster, and you see like leaves kind of getting scraped up off the ground, and people like from the main middle point of this pit, and for all of you who are standing in the pit, start to kind of back up because it's some people seem like no one seems worried, but some people are kind of like whispering and wondering what's happening, and the leaves start to slowly start forming feet and legs, and more leaves start to like come off of trees and start to forming like a humanoid shape. And as like the last leaf kind of forms up in like this whirlwind of leaves, they all kind of just drop down, and you see this very tall elven woman wearing a very black dress with silver linings uh kind of appear from the leaves that fall behind her, and she starts kind of just continue to walk up the stage, and from the air above you see 2 kind of griffins kind of land down with armored silver wings land down. And for any of you who are either elven in nature or anything know about Ulari, you'd know this is Ashara Silverwing, one of the Ilari's lord, or the Ilari lord, kind of walking up the stage. And you see everyone kind of like, you hear like the oohs and ahs of the crowd, and everyone's kind of whispering, "Oh, is that Ashara? Wow, she looks great." And people say, "You call her Miss Silverwing, please." And she kind of walks up to the stage, and she kind of like walks up and looks around, and she says, "Sorry for my lateness, everyone. Got to take care of business back at Ulari." She kind of looks across the audience, and everyone who's watching these announcements sees like a mage wearing these white robes, kind of signaling and skywriting things in the air, and it changing different languages. So this person is kind of like this universal translator to everyone in the crowd, and kind of just matching what the speaker is saying, and the voice is carrying throughout the entire crowd, kind of what you would know to be kind of like magically or just kind of just booming through the crowd. And Ashara continues saying, "Yes, the last Ember are here to be celebrated, but more in fact is the elf among them who really showed the most bravery, and you see her kind of like look up, kind of trying to find words. Is what we named our continent after. Ulari herself, as she kind of looks over at the statue and kind of beckons people over to see the one with the eagle spread out, and the person kind of lowered down on one knee, holding a bow out. She was the bravest of every elf I've ever met, and she should be recognized for that. And she kind of looks left and right, and you see her kind of make eye contact with someone in the crowd who's kind of like giving her a thumbs up. But I'm not prepared for speeches. I like to keep things short and precise. Hope all of you have fun in your merriment of the day. And she looks around and says, "Hope you all stay safe." She kind of just backs up from the podium, and you see Brenda Brightrock, who's still standing there, kind of glowing, look over at Ashara and kind of kneel down to her, whisper something, and then kind of walks up. And then the podium, of course, is taller than her, so she has to put like this book up on the podium, and you see like a dwarf kind of run over and kneel down for her to step on top of, and she's, "No, it's that's okay, darling. Please." And she just grabs her book off the thing, and then someone like comes up with like a very fast box that she can stand on and says, "Oh, that's better." She opens up her book. Well, thank you, Ashara, for the speech. Uh, Welcome, everyone. And immediately, especially you, Odette, notice that the dwarves you're standing next to all start to kneel down on one knee and start to kind of like mutter things underneath their breath and kind of look up. You see even some dwarves are like crying or like wiping tears off, looking up at her. And just, "No, please, everyone, stand up. It's okay. It's a day for merriment and enjoyment. Please, it's all right. I'm sure I'll meet all of you eventually. All of your lives are very important. I'm just here to keep things quick. I I love the Ember Fall and Ambrosia community and here, and I'm just happy that we all get to celebrate uh, the love and especially the loss of the last Ember. Was trying times, but now we've rebuilt and we're stronger than ever. Please, all of you, even if you're not non-believers, just know that Uther will guide all of you through your darkest nights, and even your happiest ones, you'll feel her around. So, please, just enjoy the day. Don't drink too much, but if you do, uh, please just stay safe. Thank you." And like you hear people start kind of slow clapping. "Oh, no, it's okay, please." uh, if you don't mind, General Ball will take it from here. And it closes up her book and kind of starts to walk off. And as she's leaving, the dwarves start to kind of stand back up. And Odette, you hear them talking, and says, "Wow, she's just as beautiful as ever. And I didn't think I'd get to see her in person." And you see her kind of like talking to General Wall as they're passing by to the podium. Uh, General Wall kind of, instead of walking to the podium, kind of just walks down the steps instead, and everyone's kind of like wondering where's he going, and puts like, you see him pull out like a flower and puts it at the tiefling's foot of the statue. As he slowly walks back up, kind of in that full armor, goes back to this podium and takes off his helmet, which looks like the horn on the helmet is connected, but as he takes it off, it's just taking off this face cover. And underneath it, this very red tiefling face, dark red, horns still out, that kind of stick out from that helmet. As he takes off the face cover, you hear like a gasp from the crowd, and then an immediate like gut punch from another person, and then whispers saying, "You know who that is? He was here last Emberfall." And then you see him kind of like getting escorted out by what you can assume to be like his wife or daughter, kind of escorting this like old kind of dwarven person out who kind of gasped at the sight of a tiefling he wasn't prepared for. General Vol then stands there and says, "I don't have a speech prepared. More of a call to action. that the collapse was not a mistake. And me even uttering those words may scare most of you. But just know that after this day of enjoyment and forgetting what's actually happening, the Tolls in the study are working very hard to figure out how to keep everyone safe. And you see him kind of like his eyes just darting across the crowd. So please enjoy the day, but just know it will never be safe until we figure out what actually happened. You see him kind of just step back and feel like one person slow clapping, and then like someone just tells him just to stop clapping, and then very awkwardness in the crowd of people kind of just like hushed whispers as he kind of makes the way and puts his helmet back on, and then he's followed by two other guards that kind of just walk off the stage with him, and the king kind of steps back and says, all right, speeches are short this year. Thank you to the lords for showing up. And you hear the small voice from like the front of the stage of the crowd say, "Oh, you forgot one person." And he kind of running up, very white hair coming out of the ears, beard and mustache, wearing like these goggles and a big top hat, kind of rushing up the front of the stairs, and the guards are like putting hands up towards him, and then the king eventually kind of gives a sigh and tells him to hurry up and get up stage, running up, using the same box Bright Rock used, pushing up, looking around, and he's saying, "Oh, I'll keep it short, but no pun intended." And like you hear like the crickets of the crowd. Uh, anyway, I have an invention prepared. And you kind of see the king kind of like starting to step up and like kind of stopping himself mid speech that can change the world. Uh, we're still working on it. And you see him, the gnome, kind of reach back and pull something out of reach for his pocket. He pulls like a small cube. It looks like almost like what a Rubik's cube would look like, but just all silver. And you see him kind of hand up, "This right here is the future." And then the king kind of steps up and says, "Sorry about that, everyone," and kind of starts whispering towards Miles. If anyone would like to hear those whispers, roll perception. People in the front can hear it better, so I'll keep that in mind. If you guys would like to hear the whispers from the king, but they're very hushed.
Yeah, I feel like I'm too far back.
I don't
I
know
feel
if
like
we're
I'm
in the
too far
front.
back. But has Journalman had any reaction?
Would Sammy
Journalman
and Scourge
has
go to the
not.
front?
Yeah, it's up to you three.
No.
No.
Not the front.
All right.
Elif is following his ale.
You hear these like hushed whispers. Journal person has not had any reaction yet. And you see the person kind of gets kind of like Audimus, or the person who the king walks up and says, "Sorry about that. Miles is just a little bit excited. Everyone, please enjoy the festival. We just have one more thing to show. General Vol, please." And as he's approaching the stage back again now with the guards, as he left and kind of turned the corner, coming back now with a kind of a person from the study, you can assume, with the robes. We would like to show you the progress we've been making, just to keep everyone at ease. And the study person, holding like this glass case, kind of holds it out, and everyone's kind of looking at it. General Vol kind of opens it up, and another kind of robed study person he starts casting a spell and lifts it up, not touching it. It looks like a shard. It looks like a piece of obsidian, but it has like a lightning bolt kind of almost runic symbol on the front of it, and he's hovering it just up in front of the stage, and you hear everyone kind of like oohing and looking at it and asking, "Oh, what do you think that is?" And then people are saying, "Well, I've never seen that before." And he's kind of just hovering it like close in front of him, but just for everyone to see. And then the General Vol says, "This was taken from the collapse itself, fallen from the sky. This here, it hold the answers to what we were looking for. You see him kind of scanning the crowd, and you kind of hear more hushed whispers as he's kind of looking around still, now with his helmet on. Quickly kind of puts it back in the case, and as it was kind of floating there, though, you see like these like weird like wisp objects kind of flying off it and then going back into it, then flying off it and going back into it. And he puts it back in the case and closes it, and he looks around and he says, he gives like a long sigh and says, "The Shadowfell will feel the pain of what they've caused to us. One day, we'll figure it out." And kind of pushes the kind of steady person kind of like back away from him as they're kind of now approaching kind of like that back area where they went and got the object from. And everyone starts like cheering, kind of like a rallying kind of cheer of people feeling the emotions of maybe things will get better since we are learning more and more about what actually happened, and we don't have to live kind of in this area of not knowing what's happening. But as that's happening, Nim, you see the guy with the journal not reaching for his journal, but starts to turn around and starts backing out of the crowd.
Okay. I'm like on the side of the crowd, so I'm just gonna kind of like casually keep pace with him. And just for funsies, I'm just gonna use my quarterstaff as a staff for now.
Okay. So yeah, he makes his way out of the crowd and hooks a like a hard left and starts going towards that path that leads behind. Same where that cart was traveling, but as it's traveling through, even you notice it, Sonny, as that cart is still traveling through during the speeches. You hear a familiar like animal noise that came from that cart. It sounded like a squawk or some sort of bird creature that is sometimes seen in your swamp, but it shouldn't be here. And as the cart is traveling by, the guy is kind of sitting up on the horses. He's like a very old looking gnome. Kind of looks kind of just holding the horses steady as it's going across. You've seen him on one of the tours before. And he was one of the ones that were kind of more testy. They were kind of the ones that were kind of asking a lot of questions, ones that were like touching things they're not supposed to, or kind of deterring from the path whenever they could. They were very, I guess, adamant of being there. They were very happy to be there, so much so they were excited to like touch everything and pick up things they weren't supposed to, or like deter from the path and they weren't supposed to.
Okay.
But after the steady people kind of go back to where they grabbed that shard from, the king then says, "Please enjoy the rest of the festival. Thank you for being for the opening announcements. Opening day, the festival should be carrying on for the next 2 days, and please enjoy the." He kind of like looks back, talks to guard. Is it the petting show, right? And it's ran by and he kind of whispers again, Gerbil, completely free. So that should be interesting. But after that, please, everyone, get your rest and enjoy Emberfall Day 2 tomorrow. And everyone starts kind of clapping, and the cart just kind of settles in behind the stage. And following those people, the crowd starts to kind of like break apart and start going towards that behind the stage area. And people are kind of like whispering. Some people are just leaving. Like some people are saying, "I don't want to watch a petting show," and like some people are like kind of leaving. But most people are kind of like walking towards this area. And it's a big area behind the stage, but there's like logs to sit on. There's like torches lined up in a walkway, and that cart is just in the middle now, kind of as it stops. And you see a gnome kind of peeking under the covers or like the curtains, looking at his whatever's in the cart, and kind of setting up like signs out in front. So, what would you guys like to do? I know that Nim is still following that person who is going towards that petting show, so you are traveling
Yep.
the way of the crowd.
Can I look at the storm again?
You can. You look up. No change
No
in.
storm.
Yeah, no clouds. No change in any weather. It seems.
but it's still like thundery in the distance. You can hear
You
it.
heard it. You heard that one crackle once, and after that, you didn't really hear it anymore. You heard that one initial crackle of thunder, and then never did it again.
Okay.
Sonny's definitely going to want to keep an eye on the cart where she heard the bird.
Okay, so you're following like the petting
Mm-hmm.
show area. Okay.
I am as well.
Elifie will go with them. She'll be like, it's a lot of depressing speeches, wasn't it? To Sonny. A little bit gloomy.
I wouldn't say they were the most eloquent. I don't know. Maybe it'll probably get better. You know,
Well, I hope so. It's supposed to be a festival. I was excited.
yeah.
Some party, you know. Have a good time.
Mhm.
Anyway, let's go see this pet show.
Yeah.
Pat Scourge way too hard in the back. Like we're friends now. Let's go, Scourge. Come on now.
Oh,
Some animals to see.
Sonny's definitely distracted by the sound she heard coming from the cart.
All right.
Are there
Yeah,
any
and that
more
cart is
ales
now kind
there?
of set up. A lot of people are like taking seats at this petting show. A lot of people are like still standing up cross-armed, thinking like, what are we watching? Like, what can this be? A lot of people are like whispers, like no one knows what's happening. But as you guys are kind of like setting up in the area and name yourself on that person, that guy, the journal person, kind of walks forward and kind of just sits on one of the logs set up and starts watching towards the cart. Not looking around anything besides the cart, just sitting there, arms crossed, kind of kneeled over towards that cart area.
Okay. If it doesn't seem like it would be weird, I'll just kind of like mosey again a little bit back to an angle and just kind of like casually lean against my staff and look towards the cart as well, but also keeping an eye on him, especially if he pulls out the journal again.
Okay.
And then one last thing, I just want to, when I do glance around, I just want to see if I see anybody else kind of behaving similarly to him, and especially if anybody else has a journal that they write in, or if anybody else seems to like, oh, let me check my texts after he writes in his journal.
Sure. Go ahead and roll a perception.
23.
Right. Looking around, you don't see anyone else kind of matching his stature like in this crowd. You just see him kind of standing there. He doesn't take his journal out again, but you see him kind of with a 23 with his arms crossed. You see like the fingers that are folded in, kind of like tapping his arm, like he's like looking left, looking back towards the cart, hands still kind of like he's feeling more jittery, it looks like, but he's looking
Okay.
towards the cart still.
Okay. So I still want to kind of like stay near him and at an angle where I'd be able to read over his shoulder if he brings anything out. But I do just want to kind of like position myself where I can like have my back to something if I can, just kind of anticipating bullshit.
Okay. And as you guys are saying this petting the petting show, the crowd's still kind of like rumbling through, people talking. How close would you, the three of you and then Odette, like to be towards the petting area? Are you guys like towards the front, towards the middle, or like kind of hang in the back?
hanging in the back and drinking.
Okay.
I think Scourge can pick up that Sani's distracted, so she'll follow Sani's lead.
Yeah, Sonny's gonna try to get close to the front.
Close to the front? Okay.
Elifie will follow, just yabbing away about random stuff. One time I was in a forest.
Wow,
That story goes on.
that must have been scary.
Oh, you don't have to do the story. I just meant that's what he's talking about. There's lots of trees there. Anyway, who does that?
Okay. So as the crowd kind of hushes down, as you see this small gnome kind of standing up on his cart saying, "Oh, everybody, I'm glad you're here. Here I have something that will impress everyone. I know last Ember Fall, it was just a hoax. There was not actually an animal that looked different from any other animal. This time, though, I have found something important. Everyone's kind of here, like grudgingly sighs and everything. And someone says, "Gerbil, can you just get on with it? We already know it's going to be a joke again." And he says, "You see him kind of wipe his brow and says." He kind of turns around and like starts like looking at the cart, peeking underneath it again, and you hear it again, Elafir. Just slight thunder, kind of crackle in the distance, far
From
away.
the direction,
Yeah, same direction,
like
just
over
in
the
front of
sea.
you. Yes, it would be north, so it'd be towards Eichenwald over that sea.
I mean, I think he'd know the sound of a storm. Does it sound like the beginning of a storm and that just kind of stops abruptly, or?
It does sound like the beginning of a storm, and other people, it was louder now, so even Sani and Scourge, you also hear it. And it's kind of like everyone's kind of like murmuring. Hear someone say, "Is it gonna rain? It's not supposed to rain." And other people are saying, "I think it's fine. I think it's just a storm over Eichenwald. I think we'll be fine
Can
here."
he? Can Elifir look north to
Yeah,
see it?
go ahead and roll
See it
perception.
over water. Oh, God. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Not bad.
looking over there, still see no clouds, but you see like the sunset that is setting in that direction as well. You see uh like small like sorts of like in the distance of like flashing lights. Like there's a huge mountain that's blocking most of your view from that sunset, but in the distance you see like around the sunset just flashes of lights, like if there is some sort of lightning without clouds over there.
Well, that's a bit bizarre. He'll keep an eye on it, I guess, but he's not that. There's an animal. What's the animal?
Yeah, so the person who finally uncovers the cart, like he pulls it off in a very theatrical manner, and you hear people start gasping and looking. Sonny, you would recognize the animal. It's like a bird-type creature with 2 feet, that with 2 big talons, but has no arms, just wings. But this one is not anything you've seen before. This one has an extra head,
Hmm.
and it kind of sticks off and has its own neck, and it looks like it's asleep. And you see the person who is kind of pulls it off, like kind of theatrically looks over and kind of looks over and like kicks the cart. And you hear him saying, "Well, come on, wake up. There's people watching." And he says, "Look, I've raised this thing since birth. It does amazing things when it's not shy." And you see him kind of like reaching in and like poking its head. And you hear him whispering to it, since you guys are right in the front, "Hey, you're ruining my show. Can you wake up?" Starts poking it again. And he kind of starts looking around. And at this point, you hear a loud lightning or a thunder crack in the distance. As even kind of like everyone kind of gasps and like looks around. This one was much louder, looking up. And even him who kind of stops and kind of stares out, you hear like the hushed whispers of wondering, like, is it gonna rain? And kind of people start like getting up from their logs and everything. And Nim, you watching this kind of hooded up figure also starts kind of like standing up, but in a very worried way, like standing up, looking left and right frantically, wondering, like it seems like something is not happening that he was prepared for. And
Okay.
uh,
I'm gonna start edging a little
as
bit closer towards him.
okay,
Is there
Kill him.
would any of us have noticed that? Like somebody acting so outwardly suspicious?
um, unless you're completely like tracking him, you kind of blended in the crowd pretty well.
Got it.
But he just kind of like a hooded up figure, and there's a lot of people kind of like wearing hoods up and things. So he kind of blended into the more majority of the crowd, but you guys would definitely have heard this kind of lightning crack and people kind of standing up, but then some people are sitting back down saying like, don't worry about it. And then a second one kind of cracks, and this is the first one you can see now as a street slams through the sky above all your heads and opens up and kind of like goes all the way past you, and people kind of looking up, and the scared kind of mentality of the crowd starts turning into, oh, I didn't know that the shattered sky is happening today. And then people are kind of like looking up at it, and people are kind of like cheering, and some people are saying, do you think the people at Ambrosia caused it for the Emberfall Festival? That's exciting. And people are like, I don't have my shattered sky glasses. And everyone starts kind of like cheering. You see another strike kind of etch off of that one into the distance, and the sky slowly start turning from this like kind of orange hue to the purple hue. And all of you would recognize this is the Shattered Sky event. And now it starts to click in that, oh, that lightning I heard was usually from Shattered Sky happening with no clouds, but it shouldn't be happening now. The last one happened 6 months ago, and it's usually on the dot every 3 years. So this one is happening much earlier, exactly 2 years and 6 months earlier. And you hear the crowd kind of start to kind of like roaring up in excitement, people kind of looking up and seeing, oh, the Shattered Sky's happening. Yeah, it's great. And on the stage behind you, the lords who are kind of still like in a huddle look up. You start looking up and kind of looking around frantically, looking left and right. And the gnome person who's at the front of the cart kind of starts getting frustrated that this Shattered Sky is kind of taking his crowd away from him. And he's kind of like looking and trying to like calm people down, saying, no, guys, it's fine. It's gonna wake up soon. Who cares? We see the Shattered Sky every 3 years. You only get to see this petting show once. And Nim, as this is happening, you see him reach for his journal and open it up and look at it, and he's just staring at it. Is there anything you'd like to do?
Can I see over his shoulder?
Sure. You can either roll stealth, roll stealth first, and then see how close you can get. Okay. Yeah, looking over his shoulder, the pages are moving on its own frequently, and then it stops. And then you just see it doesn't look like writing, it just looks like a symbol. It looks like the symbol of almost like that same runic symbol you saw, that like shard with a lightning bolt through it, drawn on the paper, and then as you're looking at it, writing underneath it starts to form in and let me double check. A language you don't know.
Really?
As the book closes, and he lifts up a hand towards the cart. You like do anything as his hand starts turning purple, like a purple glow over his hand.
I'm gonna knock it up with my quarterstaff.
Oh.
Right. Roll an attack.
We're not having a fight, and we're just watching a petting zoo.
Yay!
It's got 2 heads. It's meant to.
Oh no!
Right,
Does a 6 hit? Well, he doesn't notice me. Do I get sneak attack? Is it advantage? Does a 15 hit?
Oh, you
Oh.
would get advantage. So you do
Yeah.
actually you hit him, and you hear like a grunt of pain as the person now turns and looks at you, and it's enough for him to drop his hand down and look at you, and he removes his scarf and looks down and stares at you and says, you don't know what you're stopping. You don't know what side you're fighting for.
I'm gonna say in Sylvan, then tell me.
And then he looks over at you, and let me roll. Go ahead and roll quick perception check.
My hands are sweating.
I
Fuck.
All right, as
Dice
the
is-
eyes are meeting, he says, "Then show you I will." And you hear like
Huh?
you hear the
I
You hear
said
like
tell,
a-
not show.
you hear like a loud kind of like almost like a pinging noise, like a loud needle kind of falling on like a metal floor. And as the sky begins to kind of shatter and break up again, and people are kind of looking up, you look towards the kind of the cart that he was pointing at, and the lock of it kind of just snaps off and falls to the ground, and the door of it swings open, and it swinging open slams into the lantern that's hanging on the cart and shatters it, kind of laying on the ground. And you see like it land in the hay and fire start to catch, and the gnome at the front kind of backs up 5 feet and kind of looks up, and he's still trying to like calm the crowd down, but he turns around eventually and sees this two-headed bird kind of stepping out, and its eyes, as it opens up for the first time, these like kind of full black eyes look up as it lets out this loud kind of squeak as the sky is still shattering. From behind you, the lords start to kind of get into this battle ready combat, but as the sky is kind of shattering about, people kind of looking up at the sky and then looking down at this bird, immediate kind of seeing the fire and the bird kind of out of its cage, kind of standing up. And the bird is tall. It's about 8 foot tall now when it's standing up on its feet, kind of step out, first foot out of the cart, second foot out of the cart. Huge kind of bird with two heads kind of leaning up over this gnome who stands probably about 4 foot tall. He's just looking up at it. The bird kind of looks down at the gnome. Nim, as you look back over to the figure, he kind of stands tall and steps 2 feet, kind of starts stepping back and looks at you for a while.
Why have you freed the murder chicken?
He just looks at you and says, "Something greater." And just snaps his fingers, and then you see him just puff into these black feathers that land down in front of you. And
I'm gonna grab one.
immediately, you grab one, and immediately you hear like the crowd start to scream as the bird then reels back and knocks the little gnome into like a pile of hay. You see the fire start spreading across the field faster to the left. You see the lords start to like put on like armor. You see Brenda Brightrock incant a spell and armor appear on her. That's two huge ram horns that form to the left, and the only thing you hear through the screaming crowd, people rushing by you, that people are like slamming into you since you're standing in the back, kind of like pushing by you, kind of running away from the fire, and this kind of big kind of beast that people hasn't seen. You hear General Vol tell Ashara to get the king to safety, but as he turns, Ashara's already gone and nowhere to be seen. You see leaves kind of laying in the distance, and you look over and you see him kind of grunt and look back over at Brennan Bright and say, "Bright Rock, the king?" And she just nods, and you see like this huge kind of divine door open up, and she says, "I'm sorry, dear, you'll be safer in here," and kind of just like nudges him into it, and it closes, and the door just disappears. And he looks over and says, "Protect the citizens, nothing else." And they're kind of looking up at the sky, seeing it crack more and more. And this shattered sky is different. All you guys looking up at it and kind of looking at the crowd running, it's crackling a lot more. And you start to see different effects of just this purple hue. You see more cracks in it, and the tears that the lightning leaves, these scars in the sky kind of leave these huge, bigger openings. It still looks very beautiful in some people's eyes, and it still looks like a very kind of big scale event that people are kind of still kind of looking at and getting distracted by while people are grabbing their hands and running by from the fire and from the bird. And you see General Vol kind of take out the axe from his back, and you see the fire from it light the great axe on fire. He starts walking down towards this chicken that was released, and you see him kind of stop and then look to the right. Everyone roll perception real quick for me as it's running. Everyone's running through, and people are kind of like running past you and slamming into you.
Natural 20.
Elephant
Again.
is screaming.
No. Yeah. I do just want to say that, like, as soon as the first sounds of the shattered sky started to become apparent, Scourge looks panicked. like terrified.
And then, so Nim, you see it. You see General Wall with his axe lit on fire. Looks like he's more annoyed that this chicken was freed and him's trying to step down stage. Immediately look to his right, look behind him, put a hand up to the right side of his face, and then you see him kind of like run in direction and then just turn into smoke, and like he just kind of teleports or evaporates into smoke in a different direction.
Okay.
But as this is all happening, the crowd starts dispersing, and people are kind of running past you. Some people tripping, some people are getting close, stuck on the log. Some people are getting like trampled over and pushed over as the fire starts to spread behind this cart. And the chicken, who just headbutted a small gnome into a haystack, which is dangerously close to the fire, spreading towards them. That is where we're going to stop the first session.
Wow!
I hit
my
someone.
goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice combat.
I was so
Thank
excited
you
that you
so
did
much.
that.
Me too.
But you guys get your outro song or your intro song now.
Yeah.
Yay!
Hmm.
So let me pull it up, get the title of it on my phone. But I'm definitely not just borrowing off YouTube. Okay, here we go. All right. All right, so this will be the official intro for the Fragment of Creation for I don't know how long, until we get like into like a season 2 or something, we get bored of it. But I'll just play it here and make sure it's loud enough. And listen, that is like his YouTube plug. Okay. Here we go. All right. I'll make it so
Woo!
it seems way cooler than that, you know, so
Beautiful.
there's not like a
Nice.
weird start and a weird end. So I'll snip it. But the last thing to show all of you is the map, of course, that you guys will be
Hell
starting
yeah.
on
Fuck yeah.
next
Ooh.
week. You guys get to see your characters. So according to where you
Heck
guys
yeah.
told me to place them, I'll just let you guys see it, and hopefully it works. But
Also,
See, that
very
music
good
was
choice of music.
ominous.
Yeah, I
That was
love Tommy
chill. It's a chill
Prophet.
campaign.
Very, very good.
so there's the map. I don't know if you guys can see it.
Oh, I
No.
Hopefully
can't.
you guys
It's
can.
No.
black.
Yeah, I can see
Uh,
it.
It's
let me
black. Yeah.
make sure you guys have
Oh.
vision on your characters, because I'm really good at messing that up, of course.
Shush. I'm gonna throw a chocolate at California
Yeah.
if you keep picking on yourself.
We will strike down any negative talk.
I put
Oh.
my character down and now I can see it.
I think I
Oh.
figured out
Oh.
the reason, because
Let me do.
did that help?
Oh.
Ah,
There we
Oh,
go.
there I am.
Yep.
Aha!
It's
yeah.
dark.
Okay, let me change it for this view too.
Concerning soup.
Chicken.
Yeah, it's more where I would be.
Oh.
It's just a big chicken.
Oh
Oh
no.
no.
I
Sure.
recognize that chicken.
I also recognize that chicken.
Yeah, now you
I
guys don't
don't.
know I want to say the name, because I ain't trying to.
It's so cute.
We'll just leave the name out. You know, it's just one of those swamp chickens. But this one's got 2 heads. Yeah,
Yeah.
I couldn't find a chicken with 2 heads. So this, just imagine this one
Oh,
has 2
good.
heads.
Amazing.
Ooh.
I
Yeah,
love it.
two-headed swamp chicken.
Oh no.
So cute.
I like how
Yeah,
every
wait, the
other
stream,
person.
it's not showing up on the stream.
Oh, maybe I have to turn this off. There you go.
I
There you
like
go.
how
I'll
everyone
just
else
show-
feels sensible
I'll
enough to
show 'em the map.
leave.
There you go,
We
there you go.
5 have just stayed.
Look,
Yeah.
I have a glass of wine. I'm not gonna let that go to waste.
I love that Odette. Odette's apparent magical focus is wine.
That is
Alright,
kind of
but
iconic.
Is it like the higher level the spell, the more you have to drink?
Oh, wow.
It's
I'm
like
not
level
saying
9, you're
anything.
just like
She's like,
chugging
fuck, this is rough. Get the moonshine.
Yeah.
Gotta cast
Like
a 9th
Drunken
level
Fist.
spell.
I'm
Drunken
not
Fist
saying
of the wizard.
anything. Drunken fist of the wizard. Oh.
alright, but I'll be deafened to end the stream, quote unquote. But you guys are free to go. You know, you guys weren't free to go before. But I'll probably be in the Discord after this, but we'll see. All right. That's the end of the season. That's the end of session 1. I hope it was okay. I hope it was enough to get you guys to come back next week, maybe, whenever the next session is. Make sure to stay up to date on it in the Discord with the D&D roll. And Uzi, aren't you streaming? But thank you for my mods for messaging me stuff if things didn't work. And thank you guys for watching. We'll end it here. Usually there won't be an outro like this, but this is just the first one, so I wanted to make it. Usually it'll just end at the end of the session, just so you guys who are watching at home, following the VODs, don't get this weird ass outro. But next session, I think this Sunday, we'll see. I'll post it in the Discord. There's D&D discussions and things like that. I'll be talking people in. Thank you guys for watching. Fragment Creation episode 2 coming up. And we'll see if everyone dies. Bye. Goodbye. We won't raid people because then raiding people will be weird. Bye. We won't raid anyone. Goodbye. Back to shitty Zedric streaming whenever. Tuesday.